Hello and good morning. We are going to have 2 streams today. We are going to have our early morning stream, and then we will have our night stream. Good to see you all, friends. Let's do it. Oh, man. As if my voice holds up. Woke up this morning with a frog in my throat. Oh, my God. Good to see you, friends. I hope you guys had a good past couple days. We only missed one stream. We missed Wednesday. But hello, good morning. King, what's up, Maggie? Loretta, Pixel, hello. Well, let me subscribe again. It says error. Oh, I don't know, Pixel. If you try to refresh, it might work. If not, it's all good. It might be Twitch just twitching, which, shocker. Zero, good to see you. Hello, friend. What up? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Kriya, hello. What's up, Debbie? Bree, Cromley, Rarsum, Purple. What's up, Jamie? Oh, hey, how are you? Oh, hey, how are you? Good to see you, friend. Sam, good morning. All right. I'm going to be honest. I was away, so like I didn't even read through the blog, but we'll go through the blog that was posted that gives us a little bit more of an in-depth look at what we should get with the quality of life update. We're going to try to catch up too. Hold on. Silence? Yeah, silence. Okay. Oh, that was perfect timing. No, we want to turn this down a pinch so I can do that one right there. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Tenchi, welcome in. Oh my goodness, look at all the resubs. Oh my God. All right, is that working? Is that working? It is. There we go. Hello, friends. You might see me randomly, like, again, I feel like I've been like screaming, but I haven't been. I'm like hungover without drinking. It's weird. I think it's just being tired. Okay. Beef stick, Astrock, Cowrie, Blackbeak, Curly, Drog, Dark Vampire, Scruffy, Moonman, Amber, Steph. That says 51 months. What the hell, Steph? Lady Jessie, Alex, Ron. Thank you guys so much for all the resubs. Lucifer, thank you for the biddies. It's the heat and humidity. Yeah, it's not helping. It's not helping very much. Yeah. What is the plan for today? So we do have a plan for the day. The plan for today is going to be that we are going to start by looking at the Phasmo post that they did that talks a little bit more in depth about the quality of life update that's coming on the 21st. And then after that, we are going to do the all difficulty challenge of Willow. It's the time. It's time. How long do we have you for? I don't know. It's hard to say that. It depends later when the family gets home. You could have me for a very extended period of time. Yeah. Or if I just lose the ability to speak, then, well, I could just sit here, I guess. But that'd be a little odd. Phasmo Chase, thank you for the follow. Sephiroth, thank you for the 18 months. Tier 3. I'm doing well, friend. How are you? Juju. Oh my God. We're a month away. What in the hell? Been here this all along already. Where did the time go? Thank you, Flash, for being on the longest anniversary streak. Juju, I appreciate you so much, friend. Still more mecha for the night stream. Maybe that's what the night stream's focus is. Maybe my entire night stream is Mecha Chameleon, and that's why we're doing Phasmo right now. I'd still watch a mute Flash. Oh, that's very kind of you to say. In other words, just tell me to shut up. That's fine. I'll shut up. Celtic, thank you for the 3 months. Bingle, thank you for the prime. Welcome in, dude. Appreciate all the resubs, guys. Good to see you. I know we just missed a stream, but like when we left on Tuesday at like 3 in the morning. So like it feels like we've been gone way longer. Feels like a wine and paint night gone feral. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, there's also crowd control with that now, by the way. I'm fairly certain that crowd control works with it. Courtney, thank you for the subs, friend. For the streams and videos, help me out when it comes to Faz. That's awesome, dude. I'm glad. I know Faz has been in a rough spot, obviously, because we're just waiting for these quality of life things to happen. So I'm hoping once that happens, that people will jump on, which I haven't done it yet myself. So I can't even say how it's going to be. I don't know. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass and say, once the quality of life update comes out July 21st, all will be well and it's all fixed. I don't know. I'm in the same boat as you guys in that we have a lot of things that we want fixed. They have addressed them verbally. They have said so in a blog post. They've said, we're going to fix these things. We just need to see it happen. Once we see it happen, then we know, okay, there it is. My group completely dropped Faz. That's fair, man. It's fair. I get it. I understand. I would just tell that, honestly, what I would say to somebody, if you have a group of friends that played Faz and they're like, dude, I can't do this. I would just tell them, listen, once they update it, come back. Check it out. If you come back and check it out and it is not to the standard that you expect or want, that answers your question. Phasmo News. Yeah, there was a blog post that they put while I was away for a more in-depth look at the quality of life update that's coming on the 21st. Hope I can record crucifix burns again on voice. Yeah, that would be nice, especially if we're trying to do like perfect game type of stuff. I'm zooming in on Spotify. Didn't want to do that. Oopsies. All right, let us. I feel like my voice is lower because I'm like feel like I'm losing it almost. What am I not seeing? What? Bree, why is that not showing up? Why is that? Okay, activity monitor. Activity monitor's taking a crap. Hold on, I'll reset it. I'll reset it. That's really, really strange. Bree, thank you for the subs, friend. It all of a sudden stopped sending. It's losing its mind. I don't know if it's fixed or not. Oh God, I'll try it. I'm okay. It's freaking out. Hey Jess, how are you? I've got coffee. I will get another one if I need it. But the issue I'm having right now, if you're okay, there they are. Hello, welcome, activity monitor. Good to see you, Stacy. Thank you for the subs. Screen chat had a hook. Oh, okay. So maybe it was a Twitch thing. Okay, it was not sending information, but now it is. Okay, looks like it missed a chunk of stuff. What the? Lodge, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back, dude. Mad Rosa, thank you for the 2 months. Oh man. It would not make sense for it just to work. Now would it? I bet that's probably the most on point emote. Took a cat nap. Oh, damn. Ay, caramba, man. Can you tell me the name of the song in the background? With a guitar solo? Which one? If it's one of the past couple songs, these aren't usually in my playlist. I just was letting them go. And then I'm going to switch it back over. Was it an older song? Must be nightmare mode. I just look over, my monitor's cracked in half. Son of a bitch. They need some more coffee too. Yeah, we'll talk to them. Bella, thank you for the 14 months. You have some of the best spots on. Oh, dude, I feel like, oh, there was an update with it, by the way. We're not doing that. We're playing later tonight. But there was an update to Metric Chameleon where if I saw that clip correctly, now objects that normally spawn in a map randomize on certain maps. So in other words, if you're used to like, oh, this is my cheeky spot because there's objects that I hide behind over here, or I do this, not anymore. You have to think in the moment. You've got to be ready to rock. It's broken for me. It won't let me say. Yeah, that's weird, Pixel. I wouldn't. Yeah, maybe try. It sounds like a Joe Satriani solo. Oh, I don't know. I'm not usually paying attention to the music too much. Yeah. I love that they're constantly updating it. Me too. What they're not doing is they're not fumbling. Like they realize how popular the game is and they are just running. And I'm glad, man. I'm glad that they are so successful because it's just a what seems like a simple idea, but obviously is not a simple thing to do. But they're doing such a good job. What's up, Mark? Good to see you, friend. All right. All right. All right. Let me switch back over to my playlist so we don't run into any probs. Bobs. There we go. Okay. Trinity, thank you for the 4 months. If I miss anything today, guys, I'm so sorry. There's like hiccups happening between Twitch and everything else. So if I miss it, there's a good chance I never saw it. So I'm sorry, but I will do my best. Oh man, some of the spots are crazy, but that's the thing. Like I can't paint well, so you have to bank on your ability to just improvise and think of a new spot. Not necessarily blend in with the paint, but maybe just be a new object altogether. My problem is commitment. Just committing to a spot and saying, dude, this is it. Whether we make it or not, I just need to do that. Way more. Sifera, thank you for the 10 subs, friendo. Appreciate you. Hey, what's up, Key? Lord Moose, hello. Once we get, listen, we've been gone a couple days, and we'll get our highs in here, and then we'll get into the quality of life Phasmo post that was put up a couple, like I don't know when this was posted. I was gone. I was not home when this was posted, so some of this I'm kind of going to be seeing for the first time. Some people can literally turn invisible with painting. That's just crazy how fast they are because they know what they need to do. I panic and I'm like, all right, how do I quickly blend so I don't die? When Flash is going to make, I can't make maps. No. I just play them. If somebody wants to go make a map for another one, I'll play it for sure. But I don't make nothing. Ray, thank you for the biddies. Oh man, this was so funny. So I saw a DM, or I saw a whisper on Twitch. And I was like, oh, what's this? I go peek, and it was one of our friendos, cousin Tony, that was like, hey, I don't know if you know, but there's somebody claiming to be Mrs. Flash and saying they're your son, Alex, and they're like trying to get a hold of you on the 24/7 channel. I was like, oh no, that actually is my wife. Yeah, she tried to call me and I was in the shower. I was like, so he thought he was talking to me, but he found my channel on Twitch as the 24/7 channel and was talking to the 24/7 channel. What a guy. What a guy. Just woke up, still a bit sleepy. You have more than enough time to get your coffee. You're right. I've never read the phrase fixed an issue so much, and I'm not going to be repeating that over and over again. Oh, no. We will just say what the thing is. Yeah. It'll get repetitive enough to the point where I want to throw something. So we're not going to do that. Okay. But good morning, friends. So good to see you all. Hello. Edgar, thank you for the 5 months, dude. Ray, thank you for the biddies. Getting your coffee now? Let's go. Let's go. I'm sure I'm going to be brewing a second one pretty fast. No, it's no. We don't need that. Gamer. We just got here. What the? When is the next update? The 21st. You can tell they had the phrase fixed an issue on copy pasta. Probably. Yeah. Alarm went off. Been up ever since. Treated myself to Wawa breakfast. Ooh, I don't think I've ever had breakfast from Wawa before. Best way to start the morning? No, it is not. Almost 2 weeks without playing that. Good boy. Sure. Whatever you say. Wonder how many of us went to look at the 24/7. I don't know. But that means I'm glad that it exists. Anyway. Hey, Foxy, good to see you. Death Goddess, hello. Oh, man, my nose is so itchy. Silence is perfect. It's something. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. It's too early. Hey, Callisto, what's up? Finally, a stream that's not 3 or 4 in the morning. I got you covered, boo boo. Live on YouTube yet? Literally just went live. Yeah, you're good, Lear. Literally just went live over there. You're good. Let me pull up this blog post so we can read this. Yeah. Oh, I gotta fix that. Take a deep breath and I get real high. Hold on, I gotta fix this. Classic Cheebs. Classic Cheebs. All right, actually, never mind. I'm gonna leave this alone. We'll leave this alone. All right, go back to the share screen. We'll go back to the share screen. Thank you for the 5 subs, friendo. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, dude. If they take away the bones in the maps, what's going to happen to the ones in our trophy cabinet? I don't know. Lots of sounds happening right now. Lots of sounds. Ever see Rocky Horror Live when the audience participates like throwing toast? No, I gotta blow my nose, man. No, but I do know some of the like Rocky Horror call outs whenever you're watching the show or the movie. I do know some of that. Yeah, Rocky Horror is so good. I love it. Okay. More Faz news. Well, yes, there's just an update to news. Yes. I do. You were in a local Rocky Horror? Oh, that's cool. I wanted to try. I was going to try to be Brad in one production, but I just never tried. I never went through with it. Flying turn up. They give it 7 months. Oh my goodness gracious. 'Tis a new month, friends. 'Tis a new month. And because we have quality of life stuff happening, our monthly goal is back to Phasmo Community Day. Now, last month we did reach, which means we have a Mecha Chameleon Community Day to have. So I will plan that here soon. We will have that happen soon. I'll pick a day. I'll let you guys know in Discord when it's going to happen. Okie dokes. Oh, it was wonderful. Yeah, it was good, man. Very hot. Haven't played in a week. Hopefully they fix most of the bugs. Well, the first quality of life update is coming on the 21st. So nothing's been fixed yet. So if you're still personally having a lot of issues, you're still going to have them. Yeah. Plays Faz today after this. Oh no, I'm playing Faz after we go over this. Oh, after we go through this, we're doing the Willow all difficulty challenge. Yeah, because tonight there's a good chance I'm not playing Faz because we're probably going to be playing Mecha Chameleon with friends. Dev, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you guys so much for the freaking hype train, man. God damn. God damn. All right. Favorite thing about the new map is seeing you play the all difficulty. Only time we get the APOC from you. I know. Listen, I promise I will do it more. I will do more APOC. Yeah. Oh, Beefstick, you're good, dude. I know. Trust. It's, yeah. If you need to watch it back, please feel free. No worries. Yeah. The music we turned down too. Yeah. I'm actually in the middle of, wait, what'd you say? In the middle of watching the Tanglewood all difficulty. Oh my God. Getting rid of the hand animations. We'll go through this. What I'm waiting, we're waiting for the things to slowly come to that before we get into this. Cause like Beefstick was saying, I don't want to have people to be too overstimmed. So yeah, K's, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in. I haven't posted anything in a couple days. I was going to post I have the weekly that I need to post, but I was like, dude, I'm not going to bother. Like, I'll wait till I get back and I'll post it. So my goal will be to post it later today if I can. Flash just wants us to get all. No, that's not necessarily it. Did you end up doing an all difficulty on the old Bleasdale? I did, right? Didn't I do one? Didn't I? Light channel reward fix when? Is it not working right now? Yeah, I did. Yeah. Gotta sleep because you work tonight. No words. No words. No worries, bird. Appreciate you. You missed your dancing ghost emote. Oh, well, whenever Twitch decides to fix its stuff, Pixel, you'll be good. Did the weekly, got a shade for the first two. Not fun, man. Oh my God, he's here. Now what do we do? Ah, crap. Hi, Mike. Oh no. Oh no. Now I've got to be all proper and stuff. It's Mike. No, we don't. No, we don't. But hi, friends. How was stream? Mr. Mike, hello, sir. I was away for a couple of days. I just got back. Well, I got back like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. And here we are. So game on. Robbie, thank you so much, dude. Mike, thank you for the raid, brother. I appreciate you. I don't know what you were doing today. Do you watch the World Cup? No. No. I watched like bits and pieces of it here and there. Big progress and Mike Craft Skyblock. Hope you're doing well, sir. I am. I hope that Skyblock has been going well. I know that you know, but I pop in. I'm tuning in. I peek. I watch for a bit. I know. Maybe not today. I didn't see it, but the other days I am. Guys, if you're not following Mr. Mike is the good stuff. He does lots of variety now, lots of different stuffs. So between his granny streams and him doing freaking Minecraft and everything else, all the things, man. But I appreciate you, brother. It's so good to see you. Almost got a kitty. Will you be on this evening? Yes, I will, Kev. Yes. Just tonight, we'll probably not be playing Phaz. Tonight, we'll probably be playing Magic Chameleon with friends. How's the Retro Rewind store going? Oh, it's been a minute since I've opened it. Yeah, it has been a little while. Mark, thank you for the biddies, man. And Mill, thank you for the 21 months. Oh. You probably heard Tom's I want to check out the melons repeating. Oh, yeah. It was happening the other day. It was happening earlier this week. Yeah. All you hear is Tom's voice. I want to check out the melons. Hi, Halogen. How are you? Way too much. No, it's never enough. It is never enough. So many melons. Hi, Carrie. You want to check out the melons? You got to talk to Tom. You got to talk to Tom, who will talk to Mike, who then can possibly show you more melons. But outside of that, there's no guarantees. All right. We're going to go through this stuff, friends. And then after we do this, we'll jump into the games. All righty. All right. Ubi chat, thank you for the follow. Melons makes you think of Gary's mod. I never really, I don't know, like I played a little bit of Gary's mod, but I never really played a lot because I wasn't a PC gamer until I switched over basically to play Phaz some years ago. But I never got into it. I don't know. Me and my friends never did. So many good games to revisit. Oh yeah, lots of stuff. All right, are we ready to go through the things and the stuff? Gary's mod was the first game I played on Steam 16 years ago. Man. What's up, Ahmed? How are you? Oh my God. All right. I'll tell you what, we'll switch this over to lo-fi so that way it's just more chill music while we do this. Been a minute since I catch the stream. What's up, Supa? How are you? We're about to read through the quality of life. I haven't even read through this whole thing myself. This could all be information we already know. This could be new. I don't know. But it's news. They I can only hope posted this with more information. One of your first games on Steam as well. That's cool. That's cool. All right. Well, hello, friends. Hi. Welcome. I was gone for a couple days. We missed a stream here and there. We are back. Hello. Vanessa, welcome in. Hello. Sorry, Vanessa R. Rar. Phasmophobia's quality of life update, the first of 2, is going to be posted on July 21st. So it is going to release July 21st with the new Willow. Willow's getting a rework. Quality of life update is going to have a ton of fixes. There's going to be 2 different quality of life updates. One is happening in July. One is happening in August. We do not have the August date yet. We have the July date. So we're going to read through this, see if we have some new information here. I don't know. We'll find out soon enough, but let's take a peek. Okay. There we go. A little bit bigger. All right. Welcome back, Ghost Hunters. Today we're going to give you more detail on the upcoming quality of life update launching alongside the 13 Willow Street rework on July 21st, 2026. There we go. As mentioned in our recent blog post, the quality of life update itself has been split into two due to the sheer number of fixes and improvements we'll be implementing. The first update is the bigger of the two, but you can expect the second part in late August. So no date, but we know that it's going to be late. The below list focuses on changes and fixes coming with this month's update, while the next update will contain further improvements. While there's a lot in the below list, it's not everything that'll be launching for Phasmo on July 21st, with the update bringing with it new keybinds, including PC players being able to use the 1, 2, 3, and 4 for changing inventory slots, a couple of improvements for the evidence collection, and of course the reworked 13 Willow Street. We'll detail all of these in the blog the week before launch. So we're going to have a massive list of things here, but they stated this is not everything. So there's going to be some stuff that's going to be coming for us that we didn't know about. Some of this we are going to know. Some is going to be news. Okay. Changes. The character hand animations for grabbing, dropping, moving doors, and hovering over interactable or grabbable objects has been removed to speed up gameplay. No longer will you stick your hand up to try to pick something up. Honestly, was just a useless thing that did not give immersion in any way. It felt less immersive having my hand go up and try to pick up an object like the sanity pills, and it looked like a baby hand. It was weird. It was weird. The item drop animation will still play for others in the session, but will not be visible by the player. See, I like that. I like the idea of being able to see other players doing the animation, but on the actual player side, you can't see it, or it doesn't affect your timing. I like that idea. That's more immersive to me. No more strong hand. No, I don't think so. Project Alice, thank you for the 13 months, friend. Mucho better. Agreed. Cosmetics that are no longer able to be earned will not be visible. Good. Less to scroll through. The camera zoom. DK's only got 700,000. Wow, dude. The camera zoom in the customization shop will now focus on the selected part of the character. We knew this was coming. This is something that should have released the first day that this came out, but there we go. So great fix. Love it. Awesome. Should have been there at the beginning, but you know what? It's coming. That's what matters. Jenny, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. What's up, hero? Surprise stream? I know. We're out here, man. Now, if I can only remove the beard on the bald guy, right? Being able to add facial hair, take away facial hair would be a pretty nice fix. Demon, thank you for the 20 months. Thank you, dude. All right. On Sunny Meadows, the ghost will now only lock the doors to a wing if both it and a player are inside that wing. So that reads as if the ghost is in the wing, but the player is not, then the door should not be locked, I presume. And if the player is in a wing and the ghost is not, it should not lock. Now, what we could use that for, if you know, like, if that's the way it's supposed to be, if you know that the ghost is inside of like the female wing, right? You just wait outside of the wing. Once it starts hunting, you open the door and then you can go in and entice the ghost without being trapped. I mean, that's a big change that I would love. Eye adaptation will now adjust the lighting quicker when opening and closing the journal. Nice. I'm really hoping that we're getting the ability to be able to turn off our headlamp whenever we open our journal, unless it's not affected anymore by something I'll show you here in a little bit. We will see. Hey, Mira, good to see you. I feel like they should not lock at all. No, I'm okay with the idea of it locking. I'm okay with that. It's just with it happening right now. If you're in the male wing and the ghost is in the restricted wing and it starts hunting, you're locked in that wing and there's nothing you can do but sit around and wait. Can't wait for the hand thing to go, especially in small rooms where the floor has loads of stuff on it already and you're unable to cycle. Yeah, it'll be nice. Console players will now have the ability to enable disable eye adaptation. Nice. The Obake shapeshift will now count towards the ghost video objective. This is something we've complained about many times over, which will be nice. Iron Lady, thank you for the 25. Hi, Fran. Locking gives more of the fear factor to everything. Yeah, exactly, Spot. Agreed. For sure. Especially if it hunts early. Like you're in the wing and maybe it's down the hallway and you don't know it. And then the wing locks. You're like, oh shit, it's here, right? You have no idea. Ladybug, thank you for the 22. Turning off eye adaptation is going to be such a I don't use eye adaptation. I don't like the adjustment. Yeah, I think it's a good change. You can now capture any media for the Apocalypse Challenge instead of only a photo. So really, this is also sort of a condense of like the last time we talking about the fixes that are coming. So rather than that whole video like this, okay, what's coming? What are the fixes? Quality of life? That's what this is. Recording the ghost orbs in the tutorial is now required instead of getting it inside of the video camera screen. Improve the lighting around the player, allowing for better visibility in darker areas. So what that means is the light that naturally comes off of, like when you're near a wall, the reason you can see it better is because there's a light that comes off of the player. And I think that's also why you're able to see the hands so well here. Because of this light that's just emitting off of the player, but it makes it so that you can at least see what's close to you without a flashlight or without the room lights being on. They've improved it. Now, without me being in the game and being able to see it firsthand, it's really hard to say because for me, it's still dark, but like you see them walking in, you can see the lamp right there. I don't know if you can actually see that lamp when you walk in right now, if you have no lights on. I don't think you can. How's this going to be? Don't say that. No, you bite your tongue. You bite it. Adding an icon to the player ID card to show if the player is speaking. Adjusted the visuals on PS4. Event board map leaflets are now spread over multiple pages. Players can now cancel use animations by pressing the use button during the animation, allowing for equipment to be quickly toggled without waiting for the animation to finish. I'll have to see the use case for this. It's tough to say like, hey, that's a great change without being able to see it happen. I don't know. The journal has now been moved closer for easier readability. Now the journal is no longer all the way out here. Now the journal is back where it was, it looks like. I like. Now, if they do the same thing with the tarot cards, that'd be fantastic because that's another one where you're holding it 5 miles from your face. Have a bad habit of leaving my flashlight, so good update. Yeah, there you go. There you go. A little bit easier. No more booking? Oh, no, it'll just be a closer booking. Yeah, I've got to really be in there. I can only think about video camera and sound recorder to quit and almost duplicate. I guess so, yeah. Love the coffee cup. Me too. Friend got it for me a couple years back, and I love it. It's great. It's fantastic. Holds a lot of coffee, and that's all I need. Get booked. That's right. What's up, Rev? Booking with, oh yeah, it's gonna be way more intimate. He's just gonna be like, what's that sound in my ear? Booking. Maybe allowing us to see full cards too. Yeah, hopefully they're fixing that too. Next. The journal animation is now significantly faster, so even faster than they've already made it. Character legs will now use animations instead of procedurally generated animations when moving. Improve the detection of photo evidence. Higher priority unique photos will always take priority. Unique photos will always take priority over duplicates. So we knew this was coming, which is awesome. VR, the character will now rotate instantly to match the head rotation. That's great. The journal will now be instantly open. Okay, so I just want to show you what, so general fixes, player character fixes, equipment fixes, ghost fixes, location fixes, VR fixes. So this is not even everything that's coming in the first quality of life. It's just a big chunk of it. There's a lot. So they fixed an issue where players could be seen through the walls of the truck when viewing the CCTV. That caused voice recognition to not work if switching from voice to system. Where the cursor could not appear after completing a contract when using a controller. Improved network stability to reduce disconnects. Now, at some point, I don't know when it's going to happen, they are going to try to implement a system where when you disconnect, you'll actually have the ability to reconnect. So for any time that you drop internet, there's a hiccup, whatever happens, they are supposedly trying to work on a way where you'll be able to reconnect to that game, which would be pretty freaking awesome. I do like that they're giving us a sample of the enormous amount of fixes. Me too. It's nice because then you can take your time and read through it, or like we're doing right now, we're going through it. Yeah. Oh, player character fixes. Let us see. Yes, quite. Fix an issue where binding crouch to X, so controller prevented players from using the journal. Okay. Cause dead players' eyes to appear incorrect. So one thing that they're going to be doing is when the player dies, they are going to be making the player look dead. Your facial expression, literally the color of your skin, is probably going to be muted or whatever it may be to make you look dead. So kind of curious to see what that's going to look like. I don't know. Blue collar, hello. Sinister, thank you for the 29 months. Hello. When is this? July 21st. July 21st. And not have our eyes wide open. I know, but the wide open was so funny. His bump gooses. Chiba's bump gooses. What? So I turn into BJM? I can only hope. I don't know why our clothes would disappear, Halogen, but you know what? Not against it. Blue collar, thank you for the follow. Salsa Taco, thank you for the follow. Oh, let's see. What else do we have? Fix an issue that caused the ID card to be displayed in front of the character model on the customization shop. Cause players to become stuck, unable to continue playing after being revived. Cause cosmetic settings to be reset if a player joins or leaves the lobby, which really we should have wait. We don't have presets, right? We should have presets in case you want to do multiple different things. I don't know if that's a thing. Yeah. Nell's Diner caused a player to become stuck in the corner of the freezer room. Let's see. Allowed infinite sprinting when closing the journal. Caused issues with the character model's arms or holding certain pieces of equipment. Oh, when holding certain pieces of equipment. Okay. Caused the cursor to become invisible in the customization shop. Left, right mouse buttons were clicked. That's fine. Like some of these are very like, I don't know, very small things, but I guess if it's something you've been dealing with a lot, then I'm sure this is a great fix. It told you I was streaming. Well, good. It better. Can't come soon enough, but I hope that they take their time to make sure the bugs are fixed. Yeah, agreed. Hopefully all this stuff gets fixed and it's not like we fixed all this. Here's a bunch of new stuff. Yeah. Can we exchange the Nell's freezer fix to instead be able to click the tongs? Oh, to be able to like do a little tap with the tongs? That'd be great. That'd be great. Oh, let's see. Visual inconsistencies and errors with character models, cosmetics, equipment. Issue that caused the audio from the customization shop's UI to be louder than intended. And an issue that caused the player's journal to visually jitter when they swap equipment. Okay. Love the content. Thanks, man. So that's literally just this. Man, I don't even know if I want to like my voice. I don't know if I want to read through all this. Is there anything like, let's just read through this quietly together and see if there's anything we need to pick out. Because holy hell, there's a lot here. There's a lot to be had. What's up, Ray? How are you? Make the page read it for you. Oh, that'd be kind of funny. First time in live, you missed most of them. Well, welcome in, dude. Good to have you. So the invisible item thing, that's definitely something that's been happening a lot. That happens to me all the time. All the time. Let's see. I'm going to blow my nose real quick. Hold, please. Yes, my allergies are driving me nuts. Yes, it's getting me. 'Tis getting me. Said to me earlier, the ghost selection and the custom difficulty feature they tease will release in the August update. Ah, okay. Gotcha. All right, let's see. What are the important things? Because yeah, there's a lot of fixes here, which is awesome, but we need the important ones. Tier 1 and 3 firelights to be placed unlit if placed during the so now when you go to place a firelight while lighting it, it won't go out. That's right. It'll stay lit. All right, let's see. Use button, muffled player character, flashlight, unusable, place no flashlight. Night vision, not animate, sound recorder visuals and audios to play when player's hand. Spirit box becoming usable when players. Okay. Tier 1 headgear, flashlight to appear in hand. Drop the video camera, placement animation. Where's the one you guys are saying? We can record Cruci Burn again. Yay. Yeah. I'll get there. Cause the equipment to be used after switching. Prompt the Ouija board not to work if the player switched. Fixed an issue that prevented a moving Ouija board to not be recorded by video camera. Lovely. Now that's an extra media that we'll be able to get back. Fixed an issue that prevented a burning crucifix to not be recordable by the sound recorder. Lovely. Another media we are getting back. About damn time. Cousin Tony, thank you for the subs. Tony, I was so funny. I was telling stream earlier about the 24/7 channel thing. And about you warning me. I appreciate the warning though. I really do. Because you weren't sure if it was somebody pretending to be my wife or not. Oh man. What's up, Aaron? Playing on console. I can't read the journal because it's too dark. Well, they're going to be bringing the journal closer to your face with the update too. Yeah. They got me. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. I really do. I appreciate the warning. Relentless. Thank you for the BDs. Hot brand. So these are two really, really good ones. They're going to be bringing two medias back that we've lost because there's been a bug where we can't record it. So that'll be nice. Fixed an issue that caused the salt to be placed if the player opened the journal during the placement animation. Now, one thing I know that happens for sure is when I go to place salt, I'll go to place one and I'll place multiple. Yeah. Can you help make Phas better? What the hell? What do you mean can I help make Phas? I'm a content creator. I'm not the developer. What the hell am I supposed to do? Let's see. Inconsistencies of the incense, cursed possession become invisible, autonomy are blocked, summoning circle. Wait. Allowed players to light the summoning circle when at 0 sanity. I don't think I've experienced this, but I also usually avoid the circle anyway. Soft lock, the Ouija board, ghost fixes. What about these? I think these are going to probably be a little bit more important. Hi, Courtney. We are doing very well, friend. Very well. The eldest one will come home today. Yeah. I think they talk about the double salt. Did I miss it? Cause a second. Oh, I literally read it and I didn't read second salt. But I didn't open the journal. Well, maybe not. I was gonna say, but when I do that, I don't open the journal. I just place the salt normally and it just places multiple. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Let's go to the ghost fixies. Shall we? Fixed an issue that caused all ghost types to be able to mimic the Ure's durability. So there is no gaslighting to be had here. Every single ghost was able to do the Ure durability. And that is why it felt like the Ure was just basically thrown into the streets. Ready to get rid of it. Goodbye. There's no use for it because all the ghosts can do what it can do. Now, we know that the ghost can slam doors. I almost need to see a video of like, this is what a normal ghost does now. This is what the Ure does. The Ure does the door slam. It's like when a ghost that is not a Ure slams a door, does it look similar to that or not? Because we know that ghosts can slam doors kind of like the Ure. So I need to see it. You failed the APOC 3 challenge because of the door issue. You had a ghost that did the Ure thing and it wasn't a Ure. Yeah. So stupid, man. Silly goose material. Silly goose. Yeah. Fixed an issue that prevented the ghost from interacting with doors. It had already interacted. Fixed an issue that prevented the ghost from interacting with doors it had already interacted with during a ghost event. So if you're sitting there waiting for the ghost to mess with the door over and over and over, there was an issue where if it had already interacted with that door during a ghost event, it's not interacting with it anymore, which I feel like was an issue that we had some time ago. So to see that come back was a little strange, but that'll be fixed. So now the more, oh my God, Cormos. Okay. Damn, dude. Get a life. When was this update? This update hasn't happened yet. This update happens on the 21st. Yeah. Fixed an issue that caused the Cormos to be able to hear players during the grace period after a hunt. That allowed the Cormos to hear players during a hunt despite the player having used incense. Caused the Cormos to go to the incorrect floor after detecting a player. And allowed the Cormos to kill players through walls or from a greater distance than intended. So Cormos is getting a little bit of love because it's been weird. Killing people through floors, through walls, all kinds of stuff. An issue that allowed the Phantom to perform its ability on dead players or players outside. How do you find that? Like, how does one go, ooh, I'm dead. I think the Phantom is stalking me. Unless that's literally what happened, was like an accident, like someone's at the front door and then the ghost showed up at like their location. Does this mean the Phantom won't roam to the front door anymore? No, it won't. It will. It just won't do it for dead players. Or players outside. Oh, that's actually, wait, that's a good question. Oh, you're right. I thought it was intended for the Phantom to be able to do it when you're right out the door. It might be, I think it's based on the how far away you are from the front door, I think. So if you're close enough to the front door, I think it might still do it. But it says players outside. Maybe they're talking about somebody that's in a truck and the ghost is literally going to the front door trying to go after the player. So I don't know. I might have to ask about that one. Might have to ask. Maybe they mean, or they mean dead players outside, but it says dead players or players outside, which I don't know. That sounds like two different things to me. So I don't know. Had a raid through its ability on me. It did an EMF 3. That's not the ability. It threw something. But the way that I've understood it, it's either EMF 2 or 5. Should I report it? If you have a clip, yeah, you could report it for sure. Yeah, 3's the throw. So there's a chance that it teleported to you. What EMF were you using? Let me ask you that. Happened to me at the front door once and it scared the bejesus. Oh, but it's great when you get that to happen, which is not, something that happens all the time. Yeah, very much so depends. We're using the EMF tier 3 or another one. Oh, God. Ow. What if the Phantom could possess a player to yeet another player? What? What the hell? Tier 3. Well, no, whenever their thing happened to them. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Benika, hello, good morning. What's up, Invictus? Thank you for the follow. All right, well, we'll figure it out eventually, I guess. Moving on. Wonder if they fixed the ghost being able to run out. I don't know. I sure hope so. Location fixes. Fixed an issue that caused the setup timer to not count down if the player on amateur, intermediate, on Brownstone High School. We know there's issues at high school right now. Fixed an issue at Bleasdale where the door to the hiding spot and the foyer could be opened even if the hiding spot was blocked. I've died to that. Fixed an issue on high school where the side doors could be opened without the key from the truck. I'm assuming this will help the whole ghost being able to hunt outside thing. Fixed an issue that caused the washing machines in Sunny Meadows to not be able to turn on. Oh, interesting. I wouldn't be upset if they just removed Brownstone. I wouldn't either. That's fine with me. Fixed an issue that caused players to be unable to open the gates on Camp Woodwind and Maple campsite despite the cursor prompt being visible. I feel like I've experienced this. When I go to open those gates and I have to like click 500 times to try to open it and it doesn't work. Yeah. Fixed several issues in the tutorial. It caused the player being able to exit the truck. That's tutorial stuff. We don't care right now. And then there's a bunch of VR fixes. So friendly reminder that this is not everything. This is just a big chunk of what is coming for the quality of life update that's happening on the 21st of this month in July. But they have stated this is not all of it. So there's more. It's just this is what they have listed. Callie, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. So there might be other things like the brownstone thing, being able to go through the floor that they have fixed, and they just didn't list it here. I don't know. So yeah, there we have it. So if you were looking for a little bit more information about what's coming on July 21st, here you go. There you go. You are the problem. That's facts. Archmage, hello, friend. All right, let's now open up Phasmers. And we'll switch the music over. We don't need chill lo-fi for this. I don't need no stinking lo-fis. There we go. That's right. First refer. Is this the update where we get restricted high school, or is that the next one? I assume that is on the August one. I think. Big Fluffy, thank you for the 6 months.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
I'm sure you do. I've heard that one before. Teeny, good morning. How are you? Hello. What we might do, we might do a little warm up before we do the all difficulty kind of stuff. All right, let me check on stuff real quick. Make sure I don't have any messages from the fam. I'm curious as to how restricted Point Hope will work. We are assuming that it would be like the bathroom and below. That's just assumption right now. I don't think I've seen confirmation for that. What's up, Lola? Early stream. Yeah, early stream. Yeah, so what we're going to do is, obviously we're live now. We'll do this stream, and then later tonight we will stream again. But tonight's stream will probably not be Phasmo. It's going to be more Mecha Chameleon. Thank you, Mark. Brother and I were able to walk into high school because the map started with the doors wide open, showing the lock, but it's open enough just to walk through. Yeah, we were reading the notes about the high school thing about the doors being able to be opened on the sides without even needing the key, which is ridiculous. Oh, okay. Might be able to pop in later tonight. Yeah, you're good. You are good. Is Mecha going to be with Midnight? Oh, yeah. I'm not exactly sure, you know. Hold on. Let me go read the react. I want to see who's going to be live. Because it's not just going to be me that's live. It'll be multiple. Oh, we have a few couple. Okay. It is going to be... From what I can tell, from what I can see, me, Tater, Glacius, Make It Rain, Cheebs, and Dahlia. All of us will be live for this. So there's going to be lots of points of views. Lots of points of views that you'll be able to see. So the midnight link that I put inside of chat, that right there, if you're curious later tonight who is live, either A, you can see it inside the Midnight Discord, or B, if you click on the team link, the twitch.tv/team, that will show you everybody that's live at that moment, and you can click through and open streams if you want tabs open. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be fun. I'm excited. I feel like we're going to have like artists in there that I'm not ready for on the team. I'm going to be able to cancel my gym membership. The laughs from Matcha is more than... Oh my God. Hey, Spirit. What's up, Ukesh? Hello, what's up? Hold. Ooh, I need to fix something. I need to fix a thing. Whoops. I did a thing that I didn't mean to do. Oh, there's so many good maps. Oh man, there's so many good maps. But yeah, I'll play whatever they want to play. Like map-wise or however they want to do it. I'm down Charlie Brown for whatever they want to do. Relentless, thank you for the biddies. The Bob Ross one is tough. Like those, oh my God, the Where's Waldo one is insane. All right. All right. Let's do a quick little nightmare warm up. Just a little warm up, and then we'll do a crap ton of Wheeler Street. You know what? Let's warm up at Ridgeview. Just a warm up. Bray, good morning, friend. Hello.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Did I miss anything yet? Oh no. We went over the blog post from Phasmo, and now we're going to be doing the all difficulty challenge at Willow. After this, we're just doing a quick little warm up. Yeah. Error, good morning. Boo, hello. All right, let's do the things. Jan Manson, parabolic microphone. Wait, it's Jan, right? Jan, not Jan. Jan. Parabolic microphone, repel with the incense and capture 2 sounds. Interesting. Intertastings. Let's go find the ghosties. What will you do if it's an Obombo? Probably that. Oh, we got hiding in the living room. Very nice. Very nice. We have no Frank. We have no Ouija. It is not Norwegian. Ah, there we go. Why are you already open? Nice. The juice is upstairs. I like it. Emery, how are you? In the name of Doc. That's for Doc. What's up, Void? Love the content. Thanks, man. What's up, Harsh? I'm extremely excited for Willow as well. Yeah, Willow's going to be so good. It's going to be so great. Hello? Check. Uh-oh. Oh, no. God damn it. I'm glad I figured this out, but I forgot about it again. The push to talk that I do with Discord when we're doing Magic Chameleon. I have to change it back and forth when I do this. All right. Go to my mouse. Go to this. Keys. V. There. Change. Check. Fixed it. Got it. There we go. Now I can talk to the ghosty. Doc will never be seen near a piano again. You know, I bet he'll forget. He'll forget. He'll go near a piano for sure. It's got to be downstairs. Or this ghost really sucks. Yeah, nothing up here. Hey, Miss Angel. Good morning. How are you? Ghosty? Hello? Oh. Okay. It's here. Is this the first game at Wheelers? No. We're doing a quick little warm up at Ridgeview. Just making sure that everything is going smoothly. I love Doc's hatred of the Blood Moon. You know, me too. There's just something about it. Makes it feel like home. Something about it that just brings me joy. I hate that his misery brings me joy, but I don't know. He does it in a very comedic way. I was gonna say, Willow's looking real weird. Oh. Gotcha. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. God damn. Fly Guy, thank you for the 11 months. Oh, it's almost a year. Thanks, man. Enjoy getting the blood moons, more XP points. I mean, yeah, that's true. We have ads happening in a minute. Oh no. I tell you what, we're gonna go ahead and run them in the truck. We'll run them in the truck and then I'll go back inside and do the things. Let's take one of these. Yeah, let's do that. All right. I'm not going to go anywhere, friends. We're just going to sit in the truck. Here, we'll watch the screen while it's happening. I do 3 minutes of ads every hour, and I don't want you guys to miss out. If you're not subbed, you don't have turbo. So 3 minutes. I'm going to run it real quick. This is your chance to get up, stretch your legs, go take a break, do what you got to do, but we will be right back. There we go. Okay. Do I have 2 accounts? Am I live on both? Well, if you notice, the one is the FlashForce 247. If you read the detail on it or any of the title or anything like that, you'll see it's a VOD channel. Yeah. That's my 24/7 VOD channel. It stays live all the time. Before you left, I think you got an EMF 5. I don't think I did. I could be wrong. It did not sound like a 5 to me. That sounded like a possible EMF 4. I got a Cormos last night. It was really fun to stand in the corner and not move, but smudged when it got too close for comfort. The Cormos is fun. I don't get them enough. I really don't. I think we have writing. Interesting. Blue Collar, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Meta, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It's just great for background noise. I mean, that's why it's there. It's there for background noise. Or if, you know, you like to gamble with channel points for a stream, well, you can do it on that one. You just went to the bathroom. Well, go again. You don't know. Maybe you missed something. LJ, thank you for the 3 months. Chromos is your 3rd favorite ghost next to the Revy and the Diane. Oh, interesting. How do I like my coffee? Yummy. Usually I like to put at least a little bit of creamer and a little bit of sugar. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not too picky when it comes to what kind of creamer, but just something. I can't do black coffee. I can't do that. I'm not that guy, pal. I'm not that guy. The trip with the missus was fantastic. It was wonderful. It was a late birthday gift to her. So it was wonderful to get to spend time. Just us. Yeah. What's up, Minnie? And we came home. My daughter was like starfished on the bed. I was like, yeah, that tracks. What about espresso? Yeah, I'm not that picky. I'm not like a snob where like I have to have it a particular way. Not really. That's just no, not me. Hey, Phantom, you're good, dude. You're good. Your mom puts chocolate milk in her coffee. Must be good. I wouldn't know. I mean, that's kind of like doing mocha. I mean, can't drink it black either. Yeah. French vanilla. I like French vanilla. That one I use a bunch. I'm trying to think what else I use or what my wife uses. Usually if we're ordering coffee from somewhere, I will usually tell her, just get me whatever you're having. Just make it whole milk. Typical white girl. That's fair. Very fair. Have a delicious non-dairy creamer that's coffee cake. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. White chocolate mocha. Oh, yeah. That's good stuff. Yeah. All right. Ads are done. Welcome back, friends. We didn't go nowheres. All I did was come over to the camera, and it looks like there might be some ghost writing. So we'll go back inside and see if that's true. If that is, then that's our first piece of evidence, but we have more stuff to check. I need to check spirit box. I took pills, so it's probably okay. I'll drink coffee, so I have Dr. Pepper. I hope you're not drinking that at like 7 in the morning, Juju. I have no problem with somebody loving some Dr. Pepper, but. Ah, we did. Look, the pen's over here. Where are you? Are you here? Not a mare. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you close? Where are you? Probably nothing. Any phalanges? Regina phalange? No. Put one there. Put one there. I'm gonna save one. I probably double placed, so never mind. Was that a shoe in the back room? It's a shoe in the back rooms. Ghosty. Stippies. Oh, footsies. Interesting. Those footprints looked very far apart. I don't think so. No, because we have ultraviolet and I have ghost writing. It can't be an obake. Very weird. I don't know why that happened. I don't know. Fimsh, what's up? Welcome in. Love the vids. Hello. I appreciate the follow. Carl, welcome in. Hello. All right. LJ, thank you for the 3 months again, friend. It is going well. Tis going well, man. We're just doing a little warm-up game. A little warm-up game before we get into the willows. I need parabolic and I need sounds. So maybe we do these. I have a smudge on me in case it is a le demon. A mimic that learned how to write? Oh, no. Talkie. What I could try to do, a twofer. Hold on. Would I be able to do that fast enough? Hold on. Let's get this set up correctly. Hold on. Put down the floor. Let's do... This is what I want. I want to be able to hear the sound start. And then when the sound is happening, I switch over to my sound recorder and record it. We're going to try that. So I'll go pow. Stay on. Nope, turns off. Okay. Ghosty. What does that gadget do? The second one's a sound recorder. I don't understand the point of the little room after the bathroom. I mean, it's a closet that you have to go through the bathroom to get to. Hey, can I get my shoes? Sorry, taking a dump. Yes. Did it record the same sound that I just heard in the parabolic? Did. See that? You can use the parabolic microphone to have the sound happening. So you get the parabolic and then you quickly switch over to your sound recorder and run to wherever that sound you heard was. Because it will linger there for at least a little bit. But not very long. So you need to be fast. You son of a bitch. I'm gonna turn these switches off anyway. Alright, let's turn the power back on. Alright. Demon Myling Polteo Bumbo. Was it a Ure? No. No Ures. Ure's out the door. Son of a... Come on, Ghosty. Yeah, it's 2 evidence for Nightmare. Yeah. Damn, dude. Worth a try, because if it happens, that'd be great. I don't think it is, but it's hard to say. Got a lot of stuff in here. You can put it all over there. Yeah? Anything else throwable? Yeah, there's a phone over here. Turn this light on. Turn that light on. What are the odds? I mean, technically 1 in 4 with this one, with what I have left, but it doesn't feel like a demon. It does. It felt like that one item toss it just did was really aggressive, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a Polty. So I don't know. Sugar Cat, thank you for the 7 months. Apocalypse, thank you for the 13. Why are you throwing everything into a pile? Just in case it's a poltergeist, so that way I can see that pile just explode. I don't think it is, but I might just make it haunt. Actually, you know what? Hold on a minute. I'm gonna have to wait a little bit longer. But did I see the cursed possession? Interesting. Interesting. Let me go get another smudge or two. You're a fave. I am going to get another smudge or two, and then we are going to drain our sanity with the summoning circle. The goal of this is to get the ghost to hunt right before it hits the odd minute. Nice shoe. Thank you. Not exactly sure why I had that. Hey, we got hiding down here. So, the Obombo, just in case it is, the Obombo changes what speed it is, whether it's the fast or slow, at 1 minute, and then it does it every 2 minutes. So that means at 17, it's going to change. If it is. Giving it time. Letting it breathe. Let it breathe. Let it breathe. Give it time. Give it time. Let it breathe. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. That speed did not sound like the Obombo shift. Pile. Barely touched. Well, it also hasn't been in the room that much. Same speed. Yeah. Let's go over here. Let's do a miling test. What are some tips on escaping the ghost for a beginner? Hold, please. Not a miling. Could be a lazy demon. Yeah. Some normal speed ghosty for sure. 100%. We hear the footsteps. So it's a demon or a Polty. what I could do is I could get it to just do a little loop-de-loop with me here in like this area, or I just wait and we just let like time the hunt. Now you've done it. My sanity is completely tanked. Let's put all this over here. Creeper God, thank you for the follow. I didn't smudge it this last time, and it's taken a really long time in between hunts. Very durable plates. Oh, they're plastic. My plushies attack shirt came in. I'm obsessed. Become a new favorite shirt, Stick. I love the merch shirts. Just are so comfortable. I love them, man. I love them. I'm glad you like it though. No, turn back on. Open up. Oh, I've got 2 smudges. Yeah, that's fine. Dude needs to mind his business. God damn. You're like the laziest demon. You have to be, right? All right. I have a 60-second timer going, so we'll try it this way. What an absolute butthole. Like, if this is a demon, what the hell? I have enough time. I can run to the truck real fast. We love a lazy demon? No, we don't. What do you mean? Nobody loves a lazy demon. Nobody. Lazy demon? I think so. It's what it feels like, man. It can hunt in about 5 seconds. If it's a demon. I'm leaving. Game's stupid. "60 seconds on the nose. It's a demon. Les démons. Les démons. Stupid. Let's go sucks. How many times did you use your ability, Stinky? Once. A single time. What a jerk. It's a spirit. Nailed it. First try. Why is the stream so early? I'm doing 2 today. So I'm doing an early stream because the missus is picking up our eldest kiddo from camp today. And then while she's doing that, we're here. And then later tonight, later, I'll be doing my normal stream again, but I will not be playing Phas later. Later, we're going to be playing Magic Chameleon with the Midnight Society peeps. Yeah. Had a ghost burning the crucifix that were in the truck. Oh yeah, it can happen. It used to happen way less when we did not have tiered equipment and we didn't have the tier 3 crucifix. When that didn't exist, it happens still sometimes on like Edgefield, but it was way more rare. All right, now let me switch the title so people know what we're doing. All right, I also need to check real fast. Let's see if I have something else. Bob. Hey, Society of Leagues. I'm good. How are you? All right. change this. Okay, that's been updated. Let me go and fix this. All right. That has been updated. Good deal. Good night, NY. Have a good one. Ba-da-da-da-da. You wish we get a blood moon today. Why would you say such a thing? Laurad, thank you for the biddies. Phoenix, thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate you, friend. All right. We're doing the things, man. We are doing the things. I guess it's going to be easier for me to show it like I'm going to mess with a custom or something. Yeah, we'll do it this. Yeah. You can't get a blood moon because Doc isn't here. Oh, it's hard to say. Well, creating a poll to vote for the map is a really silly thing to do when we're going to be doing an all difficulty challenge at Willow. Yeah. Because I would only allow you to vote for Willow. Here, you want a poll? Here, I got you. I got you covered. I got you covered. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There you go. I got you covered. Honestly, I had no idea that the phantom stalking the player outside the map was a bug. I just don't know if they're talking about a live player or a dead player. It's a tough choice. It is a tough choice, but yeah. For our all difficulty Willow Street challenge, they are wanting to vote on the map. So I'm a man of the people. Is that the Obama thing? When you do like the thumb? The thumb? Man of the people. Willow is clearly superior. Do all difficulty also mean APOC? Yes, it does. If I actually reach that point. I've got to get there. I've got to get there first. Hard to say. Never mind. You're not even going to vote after all that hubbub? What the hell? Will it be Willow or what? No, it might be also Willow. I love Willow Street. I can't wait to see, not wait to see. I can't wait to play the reworked Willow. I can't wait. Sapien, thank you for the 5 subs, friend. You vote for the other one? That's okay. That's okay. You do you, boo-boo. Sapien, thank you, homie. If you guys ever get gifted, please make sure to thank whoever it is that gifted you. Please, please, please. Jan, Yogurt, Yogurt Daddy, 68. Enjoy the sub. Oh my God. Okay, let's clear this. All right. Clear it up. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right. Allow me to explain stuff and things. Love the channel. I want to spread that. I appreciate you so much, Sapien. Thank you. We are going to do the all difficulty challenge. Oh wait, hold on. This is going to look a little sus. Hold on. I'll just say all diff. That way, if it's in the background, in case I do something with this, it's hard to say. Yeah. We are going to do the all difficulty challenge at Willow Street. We try to do this whenever a reworked map is coming, especially because we're not going to be able to play the map as it is anymore, like it is. So on July 21st, we're getting a reworked Willow Street. I think now's a good time for us to give this a go, just in case I got to do it again. So what is all difficulty? That means I am going to be trying to go from amateur to APOC 3 straight through, perfect games only. I must get the ghost correct, get the objectives, get all the media, find the bone, do all that jazz. I must do that on every map. If I do not get a perfect game, I have to restart. If I get the ghost wrong, it's not a perfect game. I have to restart. If I die, if I get got by the ghost, I have to restart, meaning I go all the way back to amateur. So we start here and we just start working our way up. We start at amateur, intermediate, professional, nightmare, insanity. APOC 1, APOC 2, APOC 3. If you guys ever get confused, you can do ! challenge. This is something that was, I would say, I would say, I know he would say that he was influenced by others, but Mr. Tommy Tom was definitely the one that was the main driver of pushing this like challenge out there. So I credit Mr. Tom for that. Hey, Mind Gaming, how are you? Predict? I usually do a ghost guessing game. I do once a month. Yeah, so we'll have another one coming this month. All right. Amateur, that's set, locked, loaded, ready to go. We don't need to do anything crazy because, well, actually, I mean, I guess I don't need to really do that for that one, do I? I was just doing that for the visual for you guys to see it. Right? Right? All right. Amateur. Let's do the things. Your game's been laggy. Is it the new updates? No, if it's been laggy, it's been the lack of updates. I would say the lack thereof. Can increase their map count easily by just letting us select the OG versions of the reworked maps. But that's not, again, that's still, I understand what people are saying with that. And yes, I would love for us to be able just to play the old versions all the time. But what they're trying to do is they are trying to get all of their assets into the game, as in things that they've created. And they did not create all the assets that are inside of Willow. This isn't like they created all this stuff way back when, and now they're trying to revamp it. No, they licensed all this stuff, and now they want a map that they made entirely themselves. So yeah, there might be a couple assets in the map that are theirs, but a lot of it is not. I'm okay with them getting rid of the old ones. That us, if we had the ability to go back and play the old Tangle, the old, let me ask you this. If you had the ability to go back and play the old Tangle, the old Grafton, Bleasdale, all that, but you get 0 XP and 0 money, do you think people would still want it? Edgefield is old assets. Ridgeview is old assets. Yep. You can tell. I mean, there's a lot of very similar things. Nah, why not? Why not? People want to play the old maps. I mean, they would give you the ability to play the old maps. Yeah, because they're still fun. How much would you actually play them just for shits and kicks and not being able to earn anything? They would die fast. If you get nothing, what is the point? So many people are very worried about how much money and XP they have. And if they put the old maps up, it would be for fun. You wouldn't be able to do that for money or XP. Just like how they're adding the ability for in custom games for us to choose what ghosts we want to go to, like we want to use or go up against. You think we're going to be able to get money or XP when we do that? Absolutely not. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to mess with the ghost, try different things, get it to hunt so you can see what it does. But a lot of people aren't going to do it because they're not earning anything. I wouldn't play them if you don't get money or XP. It seems to be the general consensus. I think some would just to be able to do it for fun. Like, it would be awesome just to be able to go back and play those old versions just for fun. I would do it, but I think most would not. They need to create maps once a month. No, they don't. That would be a bad idea. No, that'd be an awful idea. Coming out with a new map every single month? No, dude, that's burnout. No. I would rather have other things, fixes, additions, changes than a new map every month. Just for the nostalgia, I would too, Trey. Same. Very much so would do that too. The Doomslate achievement, I assume you're going to be able to get. I don't think that they're going to restrict that to like a not custom or something. I assume. Yeah, wow. I don't know. I'm assuming you will be able to get it, but it's really hard to know for sure. If they did if they left the old maps in for some of the weeklies, oh, that'd be great. Literally force the player to play on the old version. Like when we do the Deja Vu for Tanglewood, that should be the old version. It should be the way the game first came out. The color grade of everything should be that like bluish tone, like everything. Would be interesting weekly to get an old map for Deja Vu. Yes. Or just like, or maybe it's not Tanglewood every time. Maybe they change it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, let's go, friends. We got stuff to do. Oh, let's spin the wheel before we do that. Hold on. Yeah. Let's do this. Before we forget, let's do the wheel. Yes, Bing Bong, tell us. He said definitely not. What a prick. Thank you, Mark. Gifted Moich. Well. Give me a second, friends. Let me go in here and start a merch giveaway. I will let you know when it has begun. Moich. Legendary, thank you for the 2 months. I'll tell you what, something I did not do as much as, not nearly as much as I should have over the past few days, even though I tried to. We'll give this away. Hold on, please. Hold, please. Mr. Chingus, what the hell is this? I don't know. Somebody said, sit down and press the go live button or else. And I was like, okay, honey, I love you. Organics, thank you for the 2 months, Mr. Chingus. Sir. I'm excited for games later, man. Hi, Knight. All right. Can I interest anyone in some dirty water? Oh my God. Gordon, me that. Put your foot up there. Do what you got to do. Evil Resident, thank you for the 2 years. No, she was going to go pick up the kiddo, and I told her, I said, well, if you pick up the kiddo, I'm going to use that time to go live because I wasn't live on Wednesday. You had to brave Walmart. Usually, I don't know. Our Walmart's not that bad. Not the one near us, anyway. Happy early night. Good to see you, friend. Staying cool, trying to, man. It was really hot. Like, we got home at like 1 in the morning and it was like 90 degrees. I'm like, what the hell? All right, if you do exclamation point enter, you guys could win the FlashForce pint glass for some hydrations. I did not do enough of that over the last few days. We tried to, man. We tried. We did okay. But oh my God, it was so stinking hot. Needs verification. I'm lazy. It's all good, mine. Don't worry about it. That is why I try to be live everywhere, friends. So that way you have the ability to watch wherever you want to. You do you. Hey, boo-boo. But it is, yeah. But the giveaways, they are attached to the Twitch side because I can't do it elsewhere. Yeah. Not like that. But the voting I can do whenever I do like voting that doesn't require a lot of options. That's everywhere. What does lurking work here? I mean, it works everywhere, friend. Yeah. Yeah. If you're talking about a command, the command doesn't, for the most part, for most people, the command is just for fun. It's not like I'm not actually lurking unless I use the command or anything. Yeah. Any big plans? Just to chill, man. It's just a chill. Yeah. Kate! GG's, enjoy the merch. GG's, friend. No, the giveaway is not US only. If you go to Fourth Wall, you can actually look up and see where they ship to internationally. They do ship internationally. Not necessarily everywhere. Yeah. Do I have human moderators? Yes. I do. Is Chingus going to play a game with Flash? I'm doing the all difficulty Willow challenge night. He better be playing a game with me later tonight. Or else. Kill calls me a bot. Who knows? I mean, fair, but real humans? What the hell? You're not even going to go light your own fireworks? I don't normally anyway. That's not usually my bag. Got a hoodie for the birthday. So comfy. Shipped to the UK. I appreciate you, Clyrax. They're so great. Nah, I don't want to think about hoodies right now, though. My God. Also working right now. Flash's background noise. Yeah, but later tonight, though, I'm foreground noise. If you know what I'm saying. Bro start game? Nope. We sit here and do nothing now. Thank you, Mind. You all can thank Mind Gaming on YouTube for us sitting here and doing nothing for 5 minutes. Yeah. Bro start game means I have to wait. Yep. We don't light any either. Oh, yeah, we have a couple neighbors that do. We also have a couple in our neighborhood that do crazy stuff. Like the really crazy fireworks. Bro, wait. Ah, the old counteraction. Indeed. Thanks, bruh. I can go back to sewing then. You're good. You're good. What time do I start tonight? Tonight, unless anything changes, my normal start time is at 8:30 Eastern. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Song. It's a daytime Flash. Hi, Live Love Guard. Hello. All right. We are going to start at amateur and we are going to work our way literally all the way to APOC 3. I haven't done the APOCs in ages, so a little fearful. Not exactly sure how well it's going to go. But yeah, game on. Now, we're doing this when there's still things happening in the game that are a little bit wonky, if you will. So we're going to try our best. We're going to try. But we'll see if we can get through these early ones like amateur and intermediate a little bit faster and see if we can. Thank you, Mayor. I updated the challenge command, Mayor, so that way it said Willow. Because we ain't used it in a minute. All right, let's go. Emily Harris, we need to capture a photo of the EMF, crucifix, and firelight. So we have 5 minutes, literally have 5 minutes before the ghost is allowed to hunt no matter what ghost it is. It doesn't even matter. So right now I'm going to treat this like normal just because we want to figure out where it is. Okay. The grace period is also on these lower ones is so long, man. We're ever going to coordinate the things. Oh, I know we need to song. I know. All right. Nothing there. All the hiding is going to be available and power starts on, which is lovely. Lovely. Now, I could use the cursed to start a hunt early if I wanted to. All right. But the only way that would happen to start one below the 5-minute timer would be if I get my sanity below 50. Message it. Yes, please, sir. Yes, yes. No, a demon can't hunt me yet. Nope. Certainly cannot. All right. We know that it's not going to do... It's not going to give us freezing or anything yet. So we'll floor it. No glitch bones. I don't think I've had one at Willow. No, I haven't seen the bone yet. Do the curse objects change based on the map? Well, they change on location, but also you'll get on a standard game mode that is one created by Phaz, as in like amateur, intermediate, whatever it may be, you get one cursed possession. Now, if you're playing Insanity, you do not get a cursed possession. It's just the way that they've developed that game mode, which I don't agree with. I think that every single game mode should have a cursed possession because Insanity can get really boring. Really boring. Demons can hunt the more you know. Listen, I've been dropping knowledge for years, Halogen. Okay. Hey, Flock, good to see you. Lighten Boy, hello. I'm doing well. How are you? I didn't even see the orb. What? 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 Hey, there we go. Oh, there it is. It's your peeking. It's your peeking. All right, let's do book over there. We'll do Dootskis here. I'll stand over here by the video camera just in case. Not very cold. It's taken a long time to get to freezing. Holy hell. If it even is. Mimic until proven otherwise. Yeah, I guess. Doesn't using the cursed possession immediately cancel the setup timer? Am I misunderstanding that? I don't think so. I think it only cancels the setup timer if you get your sanity below 50. If I'm incorrect, somebody could correct me on that. Let me see. Or maybe it does. There's no way. I'll say my sanity's at 77. I thought it was when you got your sanity below 50. Yeah, my timer's at 0. Oh, interesting, Splash. I don't think I actually realized that. Good deal. Well, then I'll just use the cursed every damn time. Let's get this, this, and this in there just in case. Ghosty's a butthole. Yeah, because on amateur we have a 5-minute setup timer, and I've only been going. You saw my watch. Only 3 minutes. Relax. We have writing. Spirit box. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? All right. Orbs. Writing. So no UV. No EMF. Dots freezing spirit box. Watch, it's going to be freezing. Watch. What is the best hiding on Willow? Whichever one you like the most. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a best hiding. It's whichever one you prefer to go to. Because my answer is not going to be the same as everyone else's. I usually wouldn't even say it's a best hiding place. I like to go to the living room because I don't hide. I just run from the ghost. Metallic Crow, thank you for the 10 months. Oh yeah, it can't be that. Dots freezing spirit box. Well, I have a feeling it's going to be freezing. Molo, thank you for the 38 months. How are you? Oh yeah, it's in the basement. Bloops! Bloops, thank you for the subs. Alt, I'm good, friend. How are you? I'm glad to be back. It's good to see you, friends. Bloops. Snoop a bloop. I read the website bug fix list. It's crazy excited for the fixes. I knew other ghosts were using it. I know, Cap. I know. We all felt it in our bones, man. July stream rent. That's not a thing. That doesn't exist, friend. My brain would hate me if I played Phas while watching Phas. Oh, no, I can't do that. No. I can't play Phas and do the Phas things. Okay. I think that Spirit Box is out of the question. I have a feeling it's going to be freezing, and if it is freezing, then we have a Revy. I think we might just make it hunt after I get media. Let's go in there and start getting media. Yeah, we need to do sounds. We need to do all the things. I'm going to, you know what? Yeah. All right. What do I have in my hand? Smudge. I don't need you right now. Unless you kill me, and I'm going to be really sad if it's on amateur. Give me this. Give me this. I can get media with that. Give me the photo camera. Groovy. There we go. Legend of the Burrito. Thank you for the 16 months. You eat paper. That's nice. Welcome back. Hello, Darkest Joker. Thank you for the tier. Not welcome back. I mean, welcome in. Sorry. Let's go get the power. No dots. The crunch of the pills makes you uncomfy. Because we shouldn't be crunching those pills. I could look for the bone in our travels, too. It might be in the other bedroom, for all I know. I didn't look. Does freezing take longer on easier difficulties? No, it's not that. It depends on the weather outside, really. Like, if it starts off snowing, then the temperature's already low and it's going to get to freezing faster. Yeah. Finally not quite as hot here. Today was 97. Yeah, it was really hot yesterday. Lizard, thank you for the 31 months. Hello. Any sounds, Ghosty? Let's check our temps now. And there's freezing. Shocker. It's a Revy. Isn't that adorable? 2 for the price of 1? Shit. Where the boner at? Oh, in the bathroom. Oh, that makes sense. All right, can you throw a thing real quick, please? Or here, we'll just get you to do this. This will work too. Ghosty. What's his name? Emily Harris. Emily. Hey. Yeah, we were just talking about you. Would you mind blowing out the candles, Emily? Chat'll sing you happy birthday. Right, guys? Can't wait to take all the EMF pics. That'll be nice. No? What do you mean no? Mr. Song, you're supposed to be a man of the people as well. Ghosty! Do the ting! Here, let's turn this off. Pixel, thank you for the 10 months. Alvis, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello? We didn't agree to this. Well, no, you didn't agree to it, but you see an old person that, like, you know, needs assistance. Do you know, like, I didn't agree to this, or you step up and you do what needs to be done, you know? That'll work. Thank you, Miss Hightower. See, they get it. Ghost. Listen, you're a Revy. You're not even a shade. What is happening? Emily went to bed. Wake up. I'm going to play their computer. Okay. She really is trying to go to sleep. She told us to shut the hell up. All right. I need one photo, which could be the crucifix, and then I need a video. You know, funny enough, you ain't shown up yet, ma'am. Maybe the piano would bring Emily out, but we don't have a piano here. Oh, you hooker. No, I've already got object thrown. That wouldn't even count. Ma'am. Ma'am. Emily. Emily. What else can I get? We have orbs, light switch, object thrown, fire extinguish. I could go get Salt, I guess, if she's going to be a turd about it. Emily, it'd be nice to not have to go back to the truck. Or motion sense. Yeah, exactly. Nope, already got that, ma'am. Would love for you to appear. Emily. Oh, you suck. Emily, damn it. Yeah, it'd be a real shame if you vented on me as I was walking away. Yeah, she hasn't even touched the door yet. Ma'am. You took pills. I'm very well aware that I took pills. I asked for her to show up, not to hunt. Ma'am. Do the thing. All right, I'm leaving. She's so stinky. I don't need this. All right, let's go. Now she's gonna kill me. Do you see what you did? There's your happy birthday. Thank you. I mean, that wasn't for me. That was for her. So just remember that. You know what? We'll do motions then. Jusha, welcome in. Hello. Of course, there's a fart version. There's a fart version for everything. Walk. Ma'am. Walk. Can we do diner next on the Willow all difficulty challenge? Probably not. I place it up here. Oh, there you are. You stinky. Hey, Nader Tot. The day's going well, friend. How are you? It's amateur, but that doesn't mean the ghost should just... Can we do Willow next? I'll think about it. Like, I'm sorry. She's literally just standing still. She's just standing there. Thank you. God damn. I'm gonna go get the mirror. Ma'am! Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I'm doing perfect game on every single game. I have to. If I don't do a perfect game, then we have to start back to amateur again. So now what I do, we take this guy inside where Emily is. We take a look at ourselves. F you. Hey, look, it's me. It's me. Jessica. I'm in here. There we go. Get that. Get a photo of that guy. We know that it's a Revy. Unique, New York. Unique, New York. Okay, we got all that. We picked up the bone. There we go. Number 1, into books. Does it matter if you get got by the ghost? If I get got by the ghost, it's not a perfect game. So it does matter. It does matter. To get a perfect game, you have to live, get the ghost correct, get the objectives, complete all the media, get the bone. That's a perfect game. So if I get got by ghosty, it's not perfect anymore. Oh, Revy. 'Twas a Revy, but 'twas a lame Revy. It was a very lame Revy. But yeah, APOC 3 is on the list.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
That's great for you. So there is our amateur run. Done. Now we move on to intermediate. Let's all go. Let's go. When do the bones get replaced with the... Oh, the conduits? I don't know when that's happening.
Set up before investigating.
I don't know. Thank you, Mayor. Survival is always an optional objective? No, not on a perfect game. It's not. Absolutely not. Mr. Doc, what the heck is this early Friday sorcery? Well, Doc, you see what happened was, see, I have a checkings and a savings. So hi, Doc. How are you, sir? Oh no, we're out of coffee. We're out of coffee. I'm going to be sad. My heart hurts. The bone is going to be gone. Yep. Eventually they're going to completely remove the bone. I think my guess is step 1, they're going to add where you can see that you collected the bone in the journal. Eventually, they're going to make it to where the bone is removed entirely. One of these days, Alice. Yeah. Anyway, to put up the visual of what ghost was what difficulty. I mean, I could, but I just don't. I usually don't fight with that. Yeah, if I go back through, I could make a list. Yeah. Quick, someone. No. I'll go make myself some if I want more. But we're going to go through with it. Mr. Doc, I hope the day is going well, friend. All right. Let's go. Russell Phillips. My name's Russell. We need ghost bladder firelight, capture 2 sounds, and then get a video of the ghost. Sounds good to me. And it's foggy. Let's go. So now with intermediate, you have a 2-minute setup timer instead of the 5 minutes. So let's go. Let's say hi to each of you. It'll take 5 hours. Sock, they have expectations. Okay. You better live up to them. or a fight's gonna happen. All right, hiding is gone there. Damn it! Power's in the basement again. All right. Oh. Now, I can get audio and photo of the Ouija board, but I cannot get video, right? If I remember that correctly. Hey, Bionic. Bruh. No, don't have a bruh off. Don't have a broathon. No. You can get an interaction video, I believe. I don't think you can. I feel like I remember trying to... that's pointless. I feel like I remember trying to do that and it shows you nothing. There we go. Hey, bro, what you doing, bro? Hope you and Doc play again soon. I can only imagine we will. Inevitable. It's inevitable. Inevitable. What up, D? Thank you for the follow. All right, Ghosty's in there. No basement ghost, no. Not yet. Oh, we'll get one. Matter of time. Just let it breathe. Let it go. It'll get there. Oh, we still have 26 seconds, which really doesn't matter too much. I would only hope. I don't know where I'm going to hide, though, if Ghosty does decide to hunt early. Hit and miss if you can get the video of it responding to you. I don't think I've had Ouija board video. Not in a long time. Now you set this off. If you're in the basement, I'm not going to be happy. Let's set this up, and then I need to check the Ghosty's temperatures. Flash has promised no more kinetic partner hacks, so we might play again soon. Hey, there's no. Well, first of all, I never promised that. Second of all, there's no hacks. What do you mean? Get out of here. Moonstar, thank you for the 3 months. That was in the patch notes, being able to record video of the board. Yes, when the update happens. So whenever we get the patch on July 21st, then we will have the ability to do it. But as of right now, no. All right, let's watch this for... Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what. We're going to go ahead and run ads. I have ads coming up. Let's run them while we're in the truck, and we'll watch the camera while it's happening. And then, yeah, and then we'll be right back. What is the name of the game? Of the game that I'm playing right now? Phasmo. How'd you find the stream? All right, 3 minutes of ads, friends. I do them every hour, so that way if you're new here and you don't have a sub, or you're not a turbo user, you don't miss the gameplay. So I'm going to go ahead and run them. After the 3 minutes, we shall return. After these messages, we shall return. All right. Ads are running. Are they doing a 4th of July event? They've never done a 4th of July event. No, and they probably never would. Hey, Matthew. That's the new Hello Kitty game. I haven't played Hello Kitty in ages. Oh, I could record stuff while I'm here. Duh. Let's hold the record button. Let's sit here. A lot of blinkies going on. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Crow, thank you for the 2 years, by the way. An entire 2 years. Can you believe it? I can't. That's a lot of mac and cheese. Considering that they're a UK-based company, right? Yeah, I don't see it happening. Yeah, when they start doing stuff like that, start going regional, then there's going to be issues. So much. Would you believe it if I said I have more? No shot you have more. Never had a 4th of July event in this game, but I always thought about fireworks flickering in the distance would be neat. That'd be kind of cool. That would be nice. They start doing like Fortnite style events. Massive people doing random shows, and you're like, I guess I'll just go hunt the ghost now. Nell's Diner, they replaced the skeleton. Hey, object throw. I'll take it. That's a freebie. Tis a freebie. Oh my God. Might even make a second cup. I gotta wake up. Wake up. How's the vacay? It was wonderful. Just a couple days away. Yeah. Fantastic getting to hang out with the missus. Just me and the missus. I've seen no dots. So hopefully we can cancel that out. That and Orbeez. 40 more seconds. 40 seconds and then we're back. Doc, was it your anniversary yesterday? Was it? Just had an Aswang that didn't get freezing. I'm trying the weekly. Oh boy. Ghosties being buttheads. Got to work on the 4th. Oh. By the way, there's an and cheese song now. Is this on your stream, Doc? Is this somewhere I can go back and find? All right. Ads are done. Welcome back. Ads are done. Welcome back. Ghosty has not done. You haven't missed anything. I don't think so. I think it was just the dots light that looked like that. That almost looked like an orb. Like this. I think it's the dots. Okay. The and cheese song is pretty Gouda. Okay. Roger that. Let's see. We've got a little bit of everything in there. I think. Oh, I got this in here. This. We're at 96, 92 sanity. We're good. Hey, Phoenix. Are you going for perfect games? I am. It is perfect games only. I has to get a perfect game. Shut up. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? I'll say probably not. Shut your lips for a second, please. We have writing. So, no orbs. No spirit box. We do have UV. Okay. So we could get a couple of photos from that. Good deal. We have writing. We have UV. Demon Mylingo Bombo. Probably not dots. It's probably EMF 5 or freezing. What up, Trickster? Cold, but not cold enough yet. Maybe it'll get down there. Oh, you're just lingering. Just freeze, you bastard. It was 0.1 degree away from being freezing temps. Fine. We'll check later. Whatever, dude. Whatever. What's up, King? How are you? Lane, hello. The trip with the wifey was fantastic. We had a wonderful time. All right, I'm going to bring crucifix. I'm going to bring photo camera. And I'm going to bring sound recorder. We got to do all the things anyway, so we might as well bring them all in. I did not see the bone yet, right? Fairly certain I did not. We'll place this one. We'll place it here. I think that's a good spot. Do I have another salt by chance? Shut. Do. Nice. Give. Nice. All right, can you touch the door? That'd be a nice free UV pick. Sarah, hello. Okay, whatever. Actually, here. Eh. Ghosty. Ghosty. Nice to see you at this time of the day for me. Yeah, a little bit earlier than normal. Just a smidge. Why is it being so quiet? All right, it's probably going to be EMF 5 if it's going to be like this. Maybe I should bring it some shit to do. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just bored. But it has all these paint cans and stuff. It hasn't messed with anything. What do we have? If it's a fiver, it's a miling. Fallen Queen, hello. Here. Play. Play with toys. There. You're still in this room, yeah? Yeah. Ghost isn't sassy. Ghosty's being a weenie. I'll take it. Aha. The toys are boring. Well, what does it want? I'll give it whatever it wants. Do I ever play with fans? I do, but you don't have this game, right? Ghosty. All right, I'm gonna go get a firelight and a motion sensor. Let's do that. What evidence do I have so far? I've got ultraviolet and ghost writing. We're not getting freezing and also not seeing dots. I'm really thinking it's a miling. Really thinking that we have a miling on our hands. Is that Ghosty doing the Uri ability? Because it looked like it. Well, the opening is not. No. Oh, well, that'd be really difficult to play then, friend. All right, let's go. I want to get media. Media is my concern. That is my focus. Media, media, media. All right, got fire. That guy. Oh, you sucker. Still don't get why you can't see the UV on both sides. I don't know. It's just the way that they made that. It should show up on both sides. I agree. It's like the lower difficulties, the ghosts are like, nah, no, we're just gonna do literally nothing. There's our fiver. Hold on. There we go. Now we know. Monkey, hello. There we go. All right. I need you to blow out a firelight. I need to capture a video of you, and I need 2 sounds. Well, we've got one of them. Do I have all my stuff with me? I do. And did you cut the power? You did, because we hate you. Oh, you're like, no extra sounds? Like, the first sound that I've gotten from this ghost has been with the EMF 5. How old are you? Goodbye. I'm trying to help you, but you're not allowing me. No! Got it. 2 photos, 1 video. All right. Hold on. Dude. It was in the hiding spot. was literally in the hiding spot. You're right. I could take a photo of that. I forgot. Stop it. What an absolute rage bait. I know. I'm going to go turn the power on. He's hiding from me. Ah. Still hate him. Ghosts and hide too. They're not supposed to, Mr. Chingus. They haven't deserved that honor. No. I hear you. Shut up. Don't forget about the bone. No, we have Ouija, footprint, ghost writing, fingerprint. I have not gotten the bone yet. That's what we're working on now. Sanity-wise, yeah, we're still fine. It's a miling, so we have more than enough time. Is it in the bathroom again? It is in the bathroom again. What the hell? What the hell? Right. So, photos are done. We need one video, and that video has to be of the ghost. Ghosty! I did, Lane. Yeah, that was the first thing we did on stream, was we looked at the blog post that they did. Thank you. All right, that should be everything. Let's take a look one more time. All of the objectives. We've got the ghost. We've got photos, videos, audios. Done. We're out of here. That's the second ghost in a row without having a hunt. Played this map 2 games in a row last night. The bone was in the blue bedroom both times, and the ghosts were DOs. Oh, you lucky dog. Look, we just got to the hunting threshold. It's like, oh man, I was gonna play. No, not today. You don't. New info. There's some clarification on some of the things that are coming with the quality of life update.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Nicely done. Now we move on to professional. Let's go.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Okay, I don't think it is. Thank you, Mayor. I don't think it is.
This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here.
We're safe.
Take a look. You may be able to use it.
Lori Lancaster, we need to repel the ghost, capture 3 videos, and capture 3 photos. See, the media ones are totally fine because I've got to get that anyway. So it doesn't make too much of a difference. Now, I might travel with a smudge now, just to be a little more on the safe side. Because God forbid, you know, you get to this and then all of a sudden you die. Miss Dahlia, good morning, friend. How are you? When am I going to start back up again? Oh, so I don't know when we're going to stop. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. But then as for when I'm going to start up again, later tonight. We'll start up later tonight around like 8:30, and we'll be playing some Mecha Chameleon with the friendos. Oh, hello, sweet love. All right, let's go get the power. Oh, hello. All right, let's oh, we have hiding in here. 2 places in here. We need to find the bone. Find it early. But yeah, the great thing about us playing later is that there's going to be a lot of people. There's going to be a bunch of us streaming it. So lots of different perspectives. Mecha tonight? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, bud. Oh yeah, bud. Maybe this bone is in the basement. I heard you now. Well, you have to turn the volume up, you goober. Did I just hear the ghost event in the basement? Oh my god. Okay, this is your room. Where the bone is. Funny. Hee hee ha ha. Huh. What is the worst ghost to deal with during a hunt? It depends on the situation. Very much so depends on where you are, what items you like, what stuff you have left inventory wise. Are you in a corner? Are you in a hiding spot? It depends. Are you close to the ghost? Are you far away from the ghost? All right, I'm actually going to get a crucifix. Like I said, I know we've got to do a couple extra steps, but it's going to be beneficial just in case the ghosty hunts early. What do you think about the Cormos and the Oswong? Oh, I think they were great additions. The Cormos especially. If you're in a hiding spot and you don't have a smudge, really sucks if it's a Dio. Normally that ghost sounds awesome. Is that an orbital? I did see a putty tat. All right, put you there. And we'll put you about there. That'll cover the entire room. Good deal. Does it spawn on top of you? No, no, no. If you're in a hiding spot and you don't have a smudge and the Dio knows where you are and it runs to the hiding spot and you can't get out without running into the ghost, then you're screwed. How can you figure out the Dio early before it hunts? Evidence. Spirit box response. Many a different way. Go there. Oh, let's see. We'll watch for dots for a second. Oh, actually, you know what? Here, we'll hit record while we're here. Oh. You'll be glad if the devs add ghosts that are on the predatory platform known as Roblox. Oh, no, I think they're fine doing what they're doing. Yeah. I know we have orbs. I'm aware. I saw it. All right, let's go. Let's get photo camera. Let's get book and spirit box. Let's try that. It is professional, so I am going to get 3 evidence. We're not just going to get 2. Not yet. That's the next one. That's on Nightmare. Yeah, we'll see how long we go, because at some point I do need to stop to eat. What is the evidence so far? Orbs. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you?
The far reach.
There we go. I was like, why is that not? Because I was tabbed out. Orbs and spirit box. Okay. And let's place the book down. Get a photo of that. Collect that guy. That. And yeah. Sounds good. You clicked ghostwriting. Oh, did I? Oh, sorry. Thank you. I was getting ready to go mow the yard, but I seen you were on. What's up, Vaughn? Don't let us stop you from doing your things. We're not gonna. We'll be here for now, and then we'll be around for later. So I need to take a photo of that too. Haven't been on since the Alan Wake event. What's the news? If you go to the Phasmophobia blog on their website, it has all the information. Unless you want to watch the VOD back, but there's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. All right, 86. 86 it. Kate, thank you for the 18 months. Welcome back. Do you think the Willow map rework would be better than Tangle? I don't know. That is tough to say. Because Willow's my favorite, but when it comes to reworks, I don't know. Anything is definitely possible though, right? Any phalanges? Hello? Check our temps. Freezing. Turn back on. You better let me get a photo of you. Nice. Phone, EMF freezing. I'll take the camera back upstairs to get the cursed. All right. So we need to check for ultraviolet. I'm going to get some salt. Let's go. Orbs wouldn't be the fourth evidence. Orbs are not real evidence, are they? Not for the mimic. Is it possible to be a mare? No, because we have freezing orbs and spirit box. It's either an Onryo or a mimic. It's either or. So the question is, do we have UV? So we can check for that by putting some salt down there just to be sure. And then objective wise, I need 3 videos. Let's get this. So that way we can make good use of our time. Sad to see the best looping spot in the game but excited to see what is to come. I mean, I don't know if it is going to be gone or not. Like, we still kind of might still have it. Maybe. We just don't know until we get that chance to play. All right. Let's lay some salt down. It just double salted. I heard it. You son of a bitch. Come on. We should be able to loop around that. I would think so too. Now, as for running into the garage where there's going to be the weightlifting stuff, that I don't know. Again, it's hard to say until we play. I don't know. Is my ghost gone? I'm glad the basement's going to be different. Me too. I think it's going to be really cool to have that down there. Are there any more leaks of the new Willow? Well, they weren't leaks. They were literally shown by the Kinetic partners. Were given from the developer to us to show. So it wasn't a leak. But no new info yet. No new anything. What? What is going on? Is it stuck? Making a wraith. Imagine. I like that they aren't just replacing the Unity assets, but giving the homes their own personalities. Me too. I mean, if it is, let's just pretend it is mimicking a wraith. It has to eventually stop being a wraith and be something else. Eventually. Like, the ghost is not leaving this room. That's why I turned the light on. To retain my sanity while this thing's being a butthole. The second I stop recording, it's going to do it. It's not blowing out firelight. I understand it's not throwing a lot in this room because I have the light on. What if maybe it'll do it with the light off. I'm afraid to check. Hold on. Are the orbs still here? Did you move, you bag of shit? Oh no. Oh, you suck. Will you event on me? If you event on me, you'll walk in the salt. Here, let's do this. Now now that the light's off, it'll start to do things. So look, there's the orb. Just because it's a hallway ghost doesn't mean it's not going to branch off and walk into the other rooms. I might just go get more. Man, what a jerk. It moved the second I placed this in here. If it events on me, if it wants to event on me, it will walk through the salt. It hasn't touched a door. Here, play with that. I bring you toy. Make fun of the loaf? I could. Where's your UV? It's right there. Okay, I'm gonna go get more. Dude, whatever. I don't care. It's gonna walk in the room the second I leave, but god damn, dude, this ghost is doing nothing. Okay. Absolute jerk. I'm gonna rub my wet feet all over the carpet. Wraith already out. Yeah, we have all three evidence. We just don't know if we have UV because the ghost won't walk in salt and it won't touch a door. I'm bringing both of these bitches. And this. Yeah, that's how this is gonna go. Yeah. We're forcing it. Right, Booba? Booba gets it. Right. Still hasn't walked in it. Yes. But also, it has yet to blow out a firelight. Like, what a dick. I'm waiting. Nope. I'm waiting right here on this one. I'm waiting. Nope. Nope. Oh, you better start walking that way. Like, this is so stupid. Are you fucking kidding me, you idiot? Where's the other one? Don't I have another one here? I do. It's in my hand. Got it. Holy shit. Oh, I need to check for UV. All right. No UV to be found anywhere. There we go. None. Unless it's like mimicking an obake, but it wouldn't choose to not leave every single one. Okay. We have all unique that. I have 0 sounds. Give me this guy. Because the ghosty hasn't made any sounds. And then I need one more photo if I saw that correctly. And my photo camera's upstairs. Let's go get it real fast. Yeah. Ghost is a turd. Give me that. Now, I could... Let me think. No, I want to get more sounds first. So, mimic, sure. You're doing a run right now, but you believe it's a djinn, but you have ghost orbs. Is it a mimic? Well, if you go check your evidence and you see that there's no orbs there, question is, do you have EMF 5? Oh shit. This is gonna be the 3rd firelight blowout. Give me this first. Okay. So we can get a photo of that when that goes off. Or one of them, whatever. If only you could get the burn cruci sound again, I know. But I can get this one though. So even though... Yeah. So I was like, wait a minute. No, that's not Burn Cruci. So on use its ability, I was able to get... I got this. I did not get this. I got this. For anybody that's a little confused. All right. So now our photos are finished. Videos are done. I need one more audio. One more. Ghosty. Oh yeah, spear ball. Touche. Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? I want info about older versions of Phas. Go to the wiki. Where are you?
Older here in the...
There we go. That should be... Done. Oh, I need to repel it while it's chasing. We need it to hunt. All right. Well, if I take this crucifix away, that one's already been chunked once. We'll just take this to the front door and chuck the music box. What ghost slams the door again? Right now, all of them. But it's a problem with all the ghosts being able to do the Uri ability, and it's going to be fixed on the 21st. Yeah. Just go back home. What difficulty are we on now? We're on pro. And then we'll be moving on. Yeah, it's pinned. Mayor's been pinning the difficulty. All right, let's go chuck a music box. We just need to repel it while it's chasing. We'll drain our sanity. We can actually see the drain. That way, in case we need it to hunt again for some stupid reason, if it gets stuck in a wall, I can have it hunt again because we used the cursed. All right, we're down enough. Ka-chow! Oh no, it's a child. You disgust me. You're still gross. We hate you. Please leave me alone. Thank you. Ugh. Be nice to Betty Lou. Betty Lou. No, it's Lori Lancaster. There we go. Got the bone, got all the stuff. There we go. Perfect game. I hope you trip, child. Oh my God. Nice. Nice. When is Phas scheduled to be officially released? They haven't released a date.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Yeah, there is no date. Not right now. Nice. Perfect. All right, on to Nightmare. Let's go. Make a good time.
All right,
Did I see the news of the Willow rework? Yes. I did.
I've got
Yeah,
a report that
I did.
suggests a possible ghost sighting.
Did you though? I may have. It's possible. I'm not 100%. You never changed the difficulty? Oh shit. Thank you.
Welcome back.
I don't know why I didn't change it. I just was like going in. All right, on to Nightmare. Would have figured it out fast. All right. Oh, it's raining again. Hi, caramba. Ah, caramba. Ella. Video of the ghost, firelight, and event. All right, this one, we get one less evidence, friends. So on Nightmare, you get 2. I'm going to go in here like this with a smudge in hand just in case. You never know, man. If this thing turns out to be a demon and starts hunting, I'm not trying to get cornered. You know what I mean? Okay, we do still get a cursed possession, though, which is nice. Super nice. What's up, Dragon Queen? All right. Power's on. Monkey paw. I could change the weather and drop my sanity. Lovely. Lovely. Is that over here? Aha. Yeah. All right, Ghosty is in here. Good deal. Job's gonna interrupt your relax. Oh no, not the yob. We have monkey paw. We know where that is. We don't know where the bone is. The bone might be in the basement. I'm not exactly sure. Or Tani, welcome in, dude. All right, let's go crucifix, video camera. It's throwing a lot of stuff, so we'll try that. Firelight, ghost event, and video. Okay. Early bird catches the morning flash. Well, I mean, I don't normally do it that way. How can you change the weather with the monkey paw? Yeah. If you ask for whatever weather you want. Now, it does drain like 25. Is it 20 or 25 your sanity? I don't remember. Prescott is hitting it correctly. Hey, let's go. Welcome in. Good to have you. I'm not worried about the bone yet. I want to try to get our 2 evidence so I can start to narrow down what the ghost might be. I think it's 20 because of 5 fingers. I think it's 20 as well. I don't think it's 25, but it might be 25. I don't know why 25 was sticking in my head. That's why I was like, it could be. I don't know, something about it. Because then, like, when you look in the mirror, the initial pop is 20. And then after that, it continually drains the more you look at the mirror. The cheat sheet says 25. Okay, there you go. See? Good info. Stop it. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you here? Hey! Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, no. I didn't want to accidentally trap myself out of the room if the ghost shut the door. It tried to... That son of a bitch. All right, let's get more stuff. Still nothing yet. Damn. Now, it did shut the door completely, so I guess Ure is still technically on the table. I suppose. All right, let's get our media stuff while we're at it. All right, Ghost, don't kill me. Love you. No, that wasn't the Ure ability, but it definitely shut the door completely. I don't know if I got there. I might have gotten there too late. Oh, hey. We have writing. Good to know. Oh, no. 25 times 5. No, I don't think it's based on the fingers. Not the 25% thing. Well, that's interesting. Freezing temps. Oh, son of a bitch. That feels early AF. Huh. Interesting. This might be Le Demo. It could be. Now, I said we have, well, I mean, it might be trying to tell us it's a demon. But I still need to get all the media and all the stuff. We can use the monkey paw to force it to hunt if we need to do hunt related things. But I need to start getting stuff. Well, yeah, wishing for sanity will take you back to 50, but it also changes the ghost room, the ghost favorite room, to a completely separate room. So if you have everything locked and loaded in a single room, now you have to go find out where it moved to. Give me this, give me this, give me this, this, give me this, give me this, give me this. I'm trying to mimic a demon. No, we have ghost writing. Luckily, we can say Ghosty's not trying to be that. We think it might be a demon. Yeah. Buzz, buzz, bitches. All right, I'll get that in a second. We'll come back and get that. I need you. And we're gonna grab this smudge while we're at it too, just in case. Do I have an audio recorder in here? I might not. What's up, Minnie? I do. It does. All right, let's turn that on for now. A hunt could help. I don't want it to hunt right now. No. I want to get media first. Ghost writing, EMF, monkey paw. Ghost writing, EMF. Oh, freezing. Okay. I'll do this. Video wise, I don't have anything, so I could literally get both of these. Did you get the Cruci photo? Ooh, maybe not. No, I did not. Where's my, what? I know, I'm trying to do multiple things at once. All right, I need a video of the ghost, and we need to witness a ghost event. What's up, Queen Jenny? How are you? Mark, thank you for the biddies, man. Oh, shit. Trying to just knock them out one at a time. Okay, blow this out. Could bring another book. I could, for sure. Ghosty? Ghosty? Hello? Don't be stingy on us now. Come on. Why? What did you even do? Hello? I don't remember your name, but I don't want to look away, because when I do, you're going to walk in the salt like a prick. Ghost, please. What is this? Why does this keep, like, the salt goes down and they're like, nah, I'm done. I'm out of here. Here. I don't even know if I need an object throw. It's still in here. Did I need that? Bitch. Oh, I hate your face. on this one. Mother effer. I swear to God. No, I'm waiting right here. I'm waiting right here. Dude, I already have that. No. Okay, good. Oh, I need a video of the ghost. Okay, that'll work. That's fine. That's fine. Hey, Bobby, thank you for the super chat, man. I know the media's been like this for a while now. Do you still like it? Too much, too little, sweet spot? Oh, with the ghost doing stuff and not doing stuff? Oh, the ghost is a butthole. Oh, yeah. The ghost, when they just completely go to nothingness, really sucks. Especially when you're on a game mode like Nightmare. Okay. Go. We need to pick up the bone. I need more sounds. Shite. Okay. Well, let's do this. It is playing with us. It's playing with its food. Okay. So now we have fire extinguished and paranormal laughing. Okay, I need another, but I also need a video of the ghost. Still think it'd be a demon. Oh, I think it's a demon. I could go get a book, or you could event, and then I could get both of these at the same time. Which wouldn't that be just stupendous? Hello? F this. F this. You suck. I hate you. Alright, we're going back to the truck. If you feel like torturing yourself, yeah. No, we're gonna get more stuff. And then it laughed maniacally. It did. Give me that. Give me this. And give me... You know, give me another one of these. I'm gonna keep this on my person as I walk in, just in case. If I walk to the front door and then all of a sudden it decides to event on me. I don't need a photo of the bone. We just need to find it, right? We're full up on photos. I think I looked in here already, but it's worth a look again. What up, Dez? Streams are funny. Well, I appreciate that, friend. Thank you. We try from time to time. Harley, thank you for the 8-month prime. No, I think our boner's going to be in the basement. Was that a towel or a bone in the bathroom? Probably the towel, but you never know. Sometimes that thing can spawn there. It's hard to tell. Viper's Planet, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Listen, it might be in a really, really easy standout spot, but you never know. I've had bones spawn in hiding spots before, behind things they shouldn't have. It's definitely happened. Right there. Bathtub? Oh, that sucks. It sucks if it's in the bathtub and you can't even get it. That part sucks. Excuse me. I'm freezing and writing. Ghost, are you still in? Wait, hold on. Actually, give me this. Are you moving out here? Mark, what the hell? All right, it is still there. Good. Let's do... Give me you. Now, here's the trickier part. I still need to make sure we know what this is. What I might do... We're different plan. Different game plan. Different game plan. Give me this. We'll do piece by piece. Trying to play the game and you can't even open the doors. Can't open the doors. I don't think I've had that. I mean, if you really can't open the doors, I would definitely report it. I have never had that problem. I'm just keeping protective stuff on me just in case. Just in case. Art, thank you for the 2 months. All right, let's do, I wish for sunrise. There we go. A little nicer outside, huh? All right, I need a video of it, audio of it, and I've got a smooge. I say I need audio of it. I really just need another audio. Hey, you still have another cruci bite if you want to use it. Hey. You son of a bitch. I said hey back. Ghosty. Still hasn't evented on us. I might just have to wish to see it. I was really hoping to get rid of this one at a time. So after the update, you can use any media to complete the APOC. You can use video, audio, or photo for proof of ghost. Ghost. Come on. I'm just going to get hunting audio. I think that's my plan. If it's going to be a turd, be a turd. Go ahead. What's up, Link? This crucifix is over here. Should be more than far enough away. Fancy! Thank you for the biddies, homie. Sorry, my wife is messaging me. They made APOC more... Well, they made it a little bit easier for the media side of things. How do you use motion sensors? You place them, and then the ghosty runs into it? I'm telling you, like, if this is a demon, like, what is this? My sanity's definitely within the range it needs to be. Hello? Watch, now it's gonna hunt. If I try to walk over there, it's gonna hunt. What control setting is it to turn it? I don't know. I don't use a controller. No idea. If this is a demon, yeah, they're there we go. Jiminy Christmas. Take the cruci and do what with it? Come out of the room, you shit. Oh my god, it never left the room. What a butthole. No, it wasn't stuck. I could hear it walking around. No, and it was about to finally leave the room and then it just decided not to. Ghosty. She was looking all over the room. I know that son of a bitch is in here somewhere. I hear ya. No, it's kind of sick of my crap. I don't blame it. Ghosty. What if it's not a demon? What if I'm just being fooled? I mean, it hunted early, man. Oh my god, Ghost, you suck so much. Here, we'll just look at this. Hello, you demon creep. Damn. Okay, that should be all the media. Now I can smudge for a demon test. Thank you, Fancy. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, it hasn't evented yet. So suck. There we go. 60-second timer is set. We'll even take this with us now. Tiny legs. Kitsune, hello. I could use the monkey paw. To make it happen. It would be nice if it just naturally did it. Oh, no flashlight. Did you find the bone? Wait, did I find the bone? I did, right? I think I did. Yeah. Yeah, I'm confusing my games. Ella Shawcross. If you're a demon, you can hunt now. Ella. Tuna Wing, thank you for the raid. I wish for sanity. I wish to see the ghost. This is for you, stupid. This is for you, because we hate you, and you're dumb. There. I'll make my own event. Stinky? Nah, I don't know what room it's going to change into, though. I'm not really sure. Thank you for the follows. Princess Buttercup. Cars, welcome in. Hello. What if it's not a demon? Do you know how much that would suck? Caramba. How's it going, Sam? It's going well, friend. 'Tis going well. Let me snooze these so they don't hit you guys when you just came in. But hello. We are doing an all difficulty challenge at Willow because Willow, as we know it, is going to be leaving us at the end of the month. So the 21st, we're getting the new reworked Willow Street. So I figured we'd throw this in there because tonight I'm probably not playing Phas. Yeah. Tonight we are going to be doing some Magic Chameleon with some of the Midnight Society peeps. Let me see something. Hold, please. No, it's definitely not a Moroi. My sanity was tanked and the ghost speed. Yeah, no. Now, I mean, if you think about what we have left, I mean, it hunted me early, which would remove the shade, and speed of the Oswong is different. The Oswong is different. It has to be a demon. It has to be. Now, the possible pickle we have is, I don't know what ghost room it is now. Is Doc joining or is he too scared? For Magic Chameleon? I don't know. I'd have to check the list of peeps that are joining. Watch an event now, I swear to God. Are there any official hiding spots on Nightmare? Yeah, it's just limited. From Professional to Nightmare, it's less. And then from Nightmare to Insanity, it's even less than that. It's in the basement now. He is not confirmed. Okay, thank you, Mayor. And you still come right for me. Listen. We said we don't like you. It's angry because it has all them teeth and no toothbrush. Cursed hunt. Longer. There we go. Alright. I do have a demon timer going. My mama said. Abdullah Ablangata. Hey. Alright, 15 seconds. Just make it obvious, please. Ghost dropped his toothbrush in the toilet. Delish. Delish. Hunting now. Do you need to start a timer second you hit the smudge when the hunt ends? You need to start the incense, the smudge timer, the second you smudge. There we go. It's a demon. So if it was the middle of the hunt and then I smudged, I would start the timer right then. Look at that little shit. Going to the living room to look for me. You still stink? Oh, it hurt me. There we go. We're out of here. Baba hole. I'm taking my lamp. You don't deserve it. Lovely. Hey, what are you doing here? I don't know. What are you doing here? All right, got all the photos, got all the videos, got all the audios. We got the bone, if I remember correctly. We just went and picked it up because we didn't need a photo of it. Demon. Demon. We know it's a demon because it was hunting less than 60 seconds after the smudge. It was being very tame early on for sure. Very tame.
Welcome back.
There's our demons.
Job's ready for you.
Perfect timing too. Tier 3 headcam has light too. The tier 3 headgear is night vision. I choose not to use it. Yeah. All right. Before we go to Insanity, I have ads. We're going to go ahead and run the ads. I do 3 minutes every hour. If you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, you're not going to miss a thing. We will wait for you. 3 minutes will be fast, friends. It goes by quickly. I'm creeping on what you're doing here. You're creeping on me. Appreciate the early stream. Been evacuated from a fire for a few days now, and the distraction of some good Phas is always nice. From a fire, dude, I hope everything's okay. Hope you guys have been safe. I've known people that have had to go through stuff like that before. You didn't know what to be. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm confuzzled. What's up, Abby? It is going well, friend. Trying to keep my eyes on the time. I've got to eat soon. Play the stream in the background as you drive. I do that sometimes. See you, Finch. Have a good one. We're safe, but we lost power to the house today, so we can't check the cameras to see the house, but as humans and animals. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad everyone's okay. Gold Tiger, have a good one. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Tad jealous. The only thing I miss from living in the same state are the crabs and fireworks shows. See, I mean, we've had some good fireworks that we've seen in the past. We just don't go out of the way to look for it now. But the crab, though. Yeah. Pretty amazing stuff. For sure. Devil, I'm doing well. How are you? I'm excited for tonight, man. We're going to have a lot of us. It's going to be a lot of fun. Lots of Mecha Chameleons. Also, the monthly sub stuff is back to Phasmo games since they're going to be putting out a patch this month, at least the first quality of life fix, then we will definitely get back into playing some Phas viewer games. I live close to where my city shoots off fireworks, so I got some good old sleepy time meds for my giant, anxious dog. It's funny, my dog does not respond to storms, fireworks, any of that stuff. She's fine. She's not anxious about that kind of stuff. She's more anxious about like different people in the house, or like if any of us are away, then she's more anxious about that. Abby, thank you for the super chat, homie. Have you watched the Hellraiser movies and did you like them? If you did you know that there's a game coming out for it? A, I don't think I knew that there was a game coming out for it. B, I haven't watched a Hellraiser movie in ages. I know there was like a newer one, but I hadn't seen it yet. I would like to go back and watch it. There's no way in hell I would be getting my wife to watch them. She would never do it. No way. Have you been able to play a preview of the update? No. Nope. What's up, Mohammed? No, I haven't been able to do anything. She's the bestest girl. She is the bestest girl. All right. Well, let's move on to insanity. Insanity. What we might do insanity and then call it after that, maybe. Because I need to eat and then hang out with the doggo. She's been upstairs chilling on her lonesomes. Pinhead is your favorite, but the production of the first few Hellraisers makes them hard to watch. If I recall, like, I think what I liked about them was just, I loved old practical horror. I loved it. Oh, she would hate me if I got her to try. If I was like, hey, we should give this a whirl. No, she would really, really be upset. We'll see. Huge horror fan. I only recently watched Hellraiser. It was not what I expected. Yeah, I definitely remember the old ones. I definitely remember them for sure. Abby, thank you again. I appreciate you. For those just coming in, the random early stream was kind of to get some Phasmo under our belt, but also We tonight are probably not playing fast. Tonight we're probably doing Mecha Chameleon. So little change of pace, little something different. Yeah. Insanity, no. Insanity, you get one evidence, but no cursed possession. Yeah. All right, let's go. But it's going to be with the Midnight Society peeps, so it's going to be fun.
Get set up before investigating.
For sure. All right, Susan Huntley, we need to witness a ghost event. Motion sensor crucifix now with Insanity. Insanity, we start off with 75 sanity. So it is definitely a good idea to be careful. I might walk around with a crucifix in my hand just to see if we can find the room. Evan, thank you for the 38 months, homie. Just to see. And then maybe we'll check for some orbicals. You never know. But yeah, and then we'll go find the power. You never know. What if you peek in there and you see some Orbeez, you know? Oh, what am I looking for? There's no cursed possession. I literally looked right for where the music box spawns. Damn it. It's in the basement. Now, it's snowing outside. Well, I'm fairly certain we have a Thay. Holy shit. Its feet sound so fast when it's upstairs on that wood. All right, we have hiding here. That's good to know. I don't know which room it's in, but it's down here somewhere. The old Thaler Swift. Beyonce. God damn. Ouija board test? No, I don't have a cursed possession. No, no cursed possessions. All right. Well, we need to age the living crap out of it. No, it's not a demon. This is a normal speed ghost. Oh, sorry, yeah. The demon is a normal speed ghost. The Thay, when you haven't aged it, is super, super fast. So, if I look at the Thay's evidence, I'm going to have orbs, writing, or dots. I'm going to have one of the three. Now, I do have 13 seconds, but it's not really enough time. You know what? Let's do this. Voodoo doll. What about it? That should be enough to keep me safe. Should be. Okay. Now, question is, what room is it in? Or is it literally right next to me? No, no. Quick orb check. Hallway. Nice. Well, there we have it. Now we know where it is. We know what it is, more than likely. Technically, it could be a mimic. Could be. Odds are low. Give me this. Give me this. Actually, no. Give me this. I still haven't seen the bone, though. So we need to go to those other rooms. Didn't it hunt in the first minute? Was it within the first minute? Well, yeah, I have breath everywhere. It's snowing. Insanity gives one evidence, correct? Yeah. So if I somehow got... Oh, you bitch. Got it. There we go. Orbs, fire, serb salt. Nice. Piece by piece. But yeah, I would need spirit box, or I would need UV, or I would need freezing. But if it were to hunt again right now as a Thay, then no, I would be pretty sold. I would be pretty sold that it's a Thay. If they were to add a new cursed possession, is there one you'd want to see? I don't know. I'm not really sure. It's hard to say. All right, give me another smudge. Let's do motion sensor for video. Yeah, that'll do. Hey, what's up, Claire? How are things going? They're going well. Just trying to get some meat, yeah. Any bone? Interesting. A crystal ball? Would that feel like the mirror though? Hey, don't put a boob on my way. Where the hell the bone at? Where the bone at? Maybe I'm crazy sauce. I'm missing somewhere. All right, I guess we'll have to deep dive a little bit more to figure out where the hell it is. Did I not go through the garage? Maybe I didn't. I don't know. I thought I did, but it's definitely possible I did not. We'll be back over here. Just little spots. Maybe I just didn't loop around. Why is the tire reflective yellow? Is that part of the Easter event too? I hear you down there. Throwing shite. God damn it, it's right there. Look, it's behind the chair. You can't see it from here. Son of a bitch. That son of a bitch. All right. Put this down here. Dio trust? All right, cool. If it's not a Dio, can I ban you? Another video? Wait, what do you mean wait? No, I'm just asking. Like, is that cool? No? But you said trust. So you're saying that you don't trust yourself, or what? Because you don't sound so confident anymore. That's weird. You don't know. Oh, weird. That's weird. That's strange. That changed so fast. Nah, it's a DO? Okay. Bet. Bet. So you're taking that bet? That wager stands? Ghosty. Gonna trust yourself? All right, sounds good. So we have orbs, just to let you know. So that sucks. Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough day right there. On a 1 evidence run. Yeah. You are cooked, bruh. Yeah, skibbity. Ghost, I need sounds, please. You haven't eaten the crucifixes, right? Oh. Hey, little coffee, I'm good. How are you? Immediately failed. Yep. Listen, you're welcome to be as confident as you want to be, you know? If this was over here further, I would sit here. I could hide behind the ghost. I could hide from the ghost like that. Mimic is an option. This is true. I would like to get... I'm more worried about getting media than I am about trying to get it to hunt. Because the media is going to be the tough part, especially if it's a Thay in the basement. That's tough cookies. Tough cookies. But we have all the video already. I need 2 more sounds, and then we need to start going ham on some photos. We can get crucifix, EMF, ghosty if it shows up. Should still... Oh, and I will. I just want to get the medias first before I start checking for that other evidence. If it's a Thay, it's definitely aging, but the longer I stay near it, the more we age it. Well, they're usually pretty active, but if I'm sitting here with the lights on, I'm kind of taking away the ghost's ability to throw things. So that already stops it from being super active. Now, it hasn't evented on us, which is strange. Yeah, that I don't have an answer for. So definitely a possible mimic. It hasn't tried to hunt again. I'm sorry. Oh, that's right. All the ghosts can do the Uri ability. Never mind. Never mind. Graham, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. I think it just did the Uri ability on the breaker door. Yeah, it hissed, and I thought I was going to record that audio so I could just be done with the audio. But apparently, no dice. Ghost, another audio, please. Hello. I almost got 2 for the price of 1. Do you think they should add a DO noise to the sound recorder parabolic? What? One exists. What do you mean? What was the sound I had, by the way? Laughing. Okay. The Dio growl. Yeah. You hear it in the parabolic, and then you can record it. You can get on the... Yeah, you can get on the sound recorder. Yeah. Yeah, on the sound recorder, I think it says, does it say paranormal growl? Whenever you get that, I think. All right, we need to get an EMF down here. Oh, breathing. No, it says breathing. You're right. Deviant's right. It's breathing. Yeah. When you get the Dio growl on the sound recorder, it's called paranormal breathing. We can't get, actually, wait, what am I talking about? I'm a drunk person. Yeah, the ground, you can't get that sound on the parabolic. So sound recorder, parabolic, they have to be looked at as two different things. Sound recorder, yes, we can get something for the Dio. Parabolic microphone, no, we cannot. Thought it was for the spirit box only. Nope, you can do spirit box or you can get it on the sound recorder, but you cannot get it on the parabolic microphone. Yeah. Paranormal breathing equals Dio. That is correct. That is correct. It's their way of getting it to where they're not just telling you, hey, this is a Dio, but if you know what that sound is, you know it's a Dio. Ghost event, crucifix. Okay. I guess I'll just bring in 2 more smudgies. There's really nothing else I can bring. We got all our sounds. We got all our videos. It's just photos. So bone, EMF, and then the ghost doing things. That's what I got. The more you know. Yeah, fuck it. So that guy in chat stood on it being a Dio and was right. No. We don't have a Dio. No, we're just having a Dio discussion. No. The person the person that came in and said the first chat ever, Dio trust. And, you know, usually when somebody tries to come in that confidently, I try to hit them with like a, you know, are you willing to bet your chat life on it? And sometimes they bite and they're like, yeah, I will. And immediately he was wrong because he just, was here for 2 seconds. Didn't even wait for me to open the book or anything. You know, not much we can do about that. What is the most annoying ghost for the mimic to copy? Uh-oh. Why'd you do that up here? That's not good. I mean, kind of good, but kind of not. If it's changing to upstairs, well, shit. Yes. Yeah, I'm on insanity, so we're only going to get 1. And we have orbs, and that's it. Now, if I want to drain my sanity, though, I'm going to need to just go sit in the dark. Or the ghost needs to event on us. Why did you come up here? Orb is still here. Ghosty is still here. Well, we got the EMF photo. So now it's just about the ghost interacting with stuff, yeah? Alright. I might be able to get this. So let's pile a bunch of shit there. Ghosty's too old. It's retired. No, it's just, it's gotten old to the point now where it's using the bathroom every couple minutes. You know what I mean? So the goal of this is to put all this shit in one pile so that hopefully when it goes to move an object, like it wants to interact with something, it picks up part of that pile, like one of the things in that pile, and I take a photo of it. No, not a Pulte bomb. I just wanted to lift, like go to throw something. And then I can get a photo of it as it's starting to levitate into the air. And that'll be a unique photo. With all the objects in one place, like this, there's still stuff in the other rooms. But with all these here, if it does do that, it's just easier to have my camera pointed at one spot rather than trying to guess where it's going to do it. Wingardium Leviosa. Holy shit, I think I'm Harry Potter. It actually worked. Okay. Ghosty, can you show up for an event, please? Wait, what's the Harry Potter spell to make the ghost show up for an event? Spell delay. Just a little. It's an old connection. You're a Harry wizard. Oh. Uh-oh. Patronus. Ghost. Wrong spell. Sorry. Expecto Patronum. We shouldn't do witchcraft. Sorry. It felt right at the time. Ghost, please. Now, like, photo-wise, I can't take photos of evidence. Got the bone, the EMF, the interaction. It has to be two different types of ghost photos. If we're trying to cast the ghost away, we could hit it with the curse. All mist form. Oh yeah, if it decides to do that, and the cruci. I forgot about those. Yeah, you're right. Just another manic Monday. Stuck? No, I think it's just bugging the lights. Hello? I know you're probably aged to like dirt, but anything could be great. What difficulty? We're on insanity. You know what we need to do? We need to put this up here somewhere. Can I? Can I put it on you? No. No. On there? No. On there? No. Oh, fuck. I thought that was a Raiju bug. Didn't they fix that? Just another manic Monday. Well, if we had a cursed possession, I would be starting the hunt immediately. And that's where we say, like, this really sucks when you don't have one because of stuff like this. I can't drain my sanity by ghost eventing on me because it's not eventing on me. I could just sit here in the dark, I suppose. Anonymous, thank you for the follow. What's up, love? What's happening with the lights? They're bugging out. Yeah. And me turning the breaker on and off wouldn't help it. It's not going to stop it. I think it'll fix itself if the ghost hunts. I don't think I've ever seen them just randomly. I don't think I've ever seen them just fix themselves with nothing happening before. Huh. Well, that's new. The ghost is still here. We saw it's setting the motion sensor off, blew out the firelight. What the hell? Have you turned the breaker on? Nope. good old IT help. Yep. Do you have to turn it on back on? You are a wizard. Ghost, you have to be the most aged they that ever could age, but damn, dude. I need a ghost event. Please. I hate insanity. I really do. Like default insanity, I would rather play intermediate than play insanity. No curse possession just really slows the shit out of gameplay. Oh, my wife is calling me. Hold on. I'm going to mute myself real quick and talk to her. Okay, there we go. Sorry. I didn't want people to think that stuff was wrong with them. No, you're good. I was muted so I could talk to the missus. I can't make the ghost event. I can't. There's nothing I can do. It's going to do it or it's not going to do it. I'm just sitting in the dark. How you doing? I was fine until we had to do insanity. Watching the truck. I can't. No, I need to do it from here. Because I need to get photos. I need to get photos, but I also need to drain my sanity. Because by draining my sanity, I can get a photo. Yeah. Pay the ghost. I'll pay it. I'll give it a couple bucks. Thank you, Poison. Oh, yeah. It's called insanity because of what it does to you IRL. Very true. Kevy Kev. What up, homie? Oh, my God, man. We've tried convincing them over and over. Like, please give us a curse possession for insanity. Can't happen. We've tried over and over again. Didn't work. How the game's, for the most part, good. For the most part. Coastal Navy. On Insanity, you get 1 evidence instead of 2. So yeah, you have 2 hidden. And you also don't get a cursed possession. Yeah. Release me. Wish out loud for an event. All right. What's its name? Susan Huntley. Susan Huntley. I demand an event from you. You will event in 3, 2, 1. Well, fuck. Here, are you shy? Do you want that light off? Hey, Putty, what's up? Simple, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome in. Precisely. Astrid, what's up, Tom? Welcome in. Sorry, just dealing with a really boring... Okay. We think we have a Thay. It's probably aged like crazy, but even when the Thay was young, it still did not event on us. Why is it acting like a shade? I don't know. Sweet and Deadly D. Thank you so much for the subs, friend. Thank you. Does aging a Thay make it event less over time? Yes. Yes. It becomes less active, but it doesn't make it 100% not active. It's still active. Like sitting here this long and the ghost is not like no fart ball, no nothing. Gonna be here forever. At this rate, with this stinky. Hello, Stinky. Wrong house. Yeah, that might be what it is. Like sanity drain should be crazy. Like I should have basically no sanity left. Thank you, Courtney. I don't even remember saying what was that? I heard a yawn. Was that me talking to Coach? This is a glitch where the ghost just doesn't hunt. I had one the other night. Wait, 23 minutes. Oh, it better not be. I swear to God. You son of a bitch. Are we waking up? Hello? Maybe. Hey. Hey, are you waking up? Did we disturb the beast? Hello? They were just hibernating. You notice how like all of a sudden they started doing things? But why isn't it hunting? If my sanity is as low as we think it is, I don't know. Make sure we actually cover the entirety of this room. God forbid it hunts behind me. Hello? By the way, who puts a hose on a spool down here in the basement like this, like you're about to like wash your basement down? Nobody. 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 day, every day. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's up, Mama? Welcome in. That's an air hose. That ain't no air hose. Look at that. That ain't no air hose. Come on. What if, like, if I walk to the front, you think it'll start hunting or trying to hunt? I'm like, did I just hear a burn? Did I just hear a crucifix burn? What the hell? My Thay shade. Not my Thay shade. What if it is a mimic? Oh my god, that'd be such a troll. Ghosty, sorry to sound rude, but you're boring. Dude. Like, if it eats the other crucifix, if it eats it again, I'm going to take this one and go upstairs. I need one more photo. I could try for a ghost hunting photo, I guess. Bruh. Almost had my first full board solo run at Point Hope, but died getting the last piece. Oh, no. Okay, you're supposed to eat the other one, jackwagon. You suck. You suck. I've got this. What do I do with my photo camera? Mom! That's right there. Take my crucifix and I'm going home. It might eat it again. We're about to find out. Watch. I'm going to go to do this. I still need it to event. That's part of the issue here. Even if it does hunt me, I still don't have an event from the ghost. But if I smudge, that'll at least buy us time to go sit down there with it and just wait. That's either a revenant or that is one slow Thay. We're about to find out. I think that answers our question. Oh my god. Oh my god, she's so slow. But maybe, you know, maybe that woke her up. She's like, oh, hey. Maybe she's all jazzed. She knows we're here. Here, we'll stand on top of the crucifixes. Oh. Well, I'm gonna have to try during the hunt, I think. But the problem with that is that I still need an event. Still need one. A fart ball would be an event. That would suffice. I mean, even at 0 sanity, like a shade will still try to come get you, you know? So what you're saying is you want her to fart on you. I mean, listen, $5 is $5. By the time she gets up here, she's going to stop hunting again. Gah! I missed. I missed. All right, there's one. I had to try. Let's go there. Strike one. Okay, getting closer. Getting closer. All right. Now's your time to shine. Come on, Jeffrey. Jeffrey? All right. That should have just bought me 90 seconds. Thought it was Susan. Jeffrey, Susan, same thing. Can the Obake shapeshift into a ghost hunter? No. No. Listen. Not a single event is just kind of wild. There's nothing I can do to make it event. Nothing. Except for touch it shovel. They hate when you do that. What if it does in the next update? It won't. Ghost. I know, you're right there. That's awesome for you. That's so great. Not a single event. It's about to start hunting again. Apparently they hate pianos too. You know, Doc, I heard that. Is there a grace period on Insanity? There is. It's just really short. It's like a second or two. I might just have to just give up. If the ghost doesn't go to an event, I can't get a perfect game. Gonna have to cancel that second stream, still be here after wait for the ghost to event. Yeah. Look, I'm not even gonna take your photo. You don't even deserve a photo. You know what? You get this. Eat this. You suck. We hate you. No. 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 You know what? I'm not taking your photo till you event. No. Hey, jerkhole. Yeah, we know you're here. That's great for you. Wow. Still great for you. Wow. New to Faz looking for tips. Do you have any I could use? Yeah. Understand what hiding is, know where to go at all times, and don't die. If you need more specific, specific things, definitely feel free to ask. Gonna go take a nap. That's okay. By the time you get back, the ghost will still not have evented on me. Listen, I will take a single frame event. That's fine by me. It's about to hunt again. Ay, 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 ay. And I have to be here for it to do it. Because you've got to be on the same floor, dude. Yep, here it comes. What do I think the ghost is? Oh, it's a they. It's a they. What if I give it a knife? Think it wants a knife? We're bored? No shit, we're bored. What do you what is it? Does it look like I'm having the time of my life? I understand it's looking like, you know, Phasmophobia decided to add Disneyland to the map rotation. But yeah. I understand why it might be doing less because it's aged beyond Bolivian. Like Bolivian. English. Because it's aged like crazy. However, like 0 events is crazy. Waiting. We get it. 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 Waiting. Hi, Mr. Cheeps. Ghost, please. A fart ball or anything, please. You had an Oni like that yesterday that was doing nothing? I mean, I could go for another middle of the hunt shot. About to start hunting again. There we go. Waiting. Yep, hunting all the way in the back again. Yeah. Here's the issue. Taking the middle of the hunt is so risky. I have 2 more deletes. But I have to, it has to event. If it does not event, buys me, the reason I keep smudging is it buys me 90 seconds to be down there. Waiting. Okay, you're in this room. Hello? Let's just start. Susan Huntley. Susan. Your name is Huntley. Susan. She's like, well, I am hunting. Be Susan Eventley, you son of a bitch. Susan Huntley. Susan Huntley. Susan, show yourself. Susan, where are you? Susan? 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 I'm gonna start stealing your product. Well, it's not really yours anyway. You just died here. Susan! A lazy Susan. Ha! Oh my God. Susan, please! You're about to start hunting again. Oh my God, man. Susan has been yes. She has been hunting. She's definitely not been eventing. Not a single time. Here comes a hunt. I'm out of smudges.
Listen, we all have our limits. I might have to just give up. Here, I brought you a knife. Because even if I get the photo, it doesn't matter. You know what? Check. I missed. It'd be fast. Yeah, it'd be faster to go all the way back to amateur and try to see if I can get her to event then. Son of a bitch. Pretend the game didn't happen. Listen, I think I'm just gonna have to say it is what it is. Rita, welcome in. Didn't know ghost events were such a rare commodity. Apparently. You have to start all over if you call this one? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just cut it. No one will know. I will know. Did Abe Lincoln give up when crossing the Potomac? I think not. What? Listen, Doc, he knows best. Okay. Roger that. Everyone knows the story of the Potomac. Used to hear that one as a child all the time. Oh, you're a really nice old lady. You're so nice. You're so great. You're in the basement, which sucks, because I just have to sit there and pray you event eventually. Is this still the Rev? It was never a Rev. No. This is a Thay that's not cooperating. October 1st, 1862. Oh my god. Is it like a new thing where just like certain ghosts just aren't going to event? We're gonna have to give up. Hey, come this way, a-hole. Do you want me to like show you what an event looks like? Yeah, maybe that's what it is. If I take your photo, it's gonna fail miserably. Like the ghost having zero ability to event is wild. Wild, I tell you. Wild. Went and got food. You can go shower, get food, all kinds of crazy shit. The Thay will age less. Yes, the events are lower, but they're not zero. If it kills me, it kills me. At this point, it is what it is. Seems to be zero. You didn't even take the photo. Why take the photo when I have to get the event? Thank you for the follows. The most interesting hunt I've ever had in my life. Oh, did I say interesting? That's not what I meant. What if I'm here? Bro, you can go recite, like, go memorize the Constitution in the amount of time this ghost is doing jack squiggly. Claire, you bring up a really good point. If that's true. Or like, what if it's not eventing because I'm there when it will event if I'm here? So if this randomly gets checked off, that's what's happening. I don't think that's going to happen, but how long has this round been? Like an hour. Almost. Because I've just been determined. I'm curious now. Smudge the area for fun. I can't. I don't have any smudges left. What if the ghost is not sensing us there? So that's why it's not eventing. Like, it's not sensing us on the same floor. Courtney, thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay, I didn't say type it all out song. Oh, yeah, no. Come and meander into my room, a-hole. Hi. Hello. You know, we could probably unban that Dio guy and make him think this is the Dio. Oh, look, man, you were right. Oh. Put a stamp right here. Because at this point, it doing 0 is just stupid. So this Dio makes sense? Yeah, sure. I might go down there one more time. And then that's it. Like that's the last ditch effort. An hour without having a ghost event is just, there's nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do. Only quitters quit. Well, yeah, Cheebs. I know. And I'm okay with it. I think they say that stage 1 or step 1's acceptance or something. I don't know. I totally accept it. Cheebs, you're streaming Mecha tonight, right? You're also streaming it? Hello, you aged turd burglar. Here, I'll turn the lights on so you can see. Yes! Hell yeah, dude. I'm excited. It's gonna be so fun. Alright, last chance. Do you hear me? This is it. I'm leaving you forever. No coming back. When? Tonight. 8:30. Mecha Chameleon. I've got to check and see what updates they've done. All right, here we go. Last chance. Ka-chow! I missed. Shit. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let's run as fast as you can. Hold on. Missed it. Fuck it. She can take me. I'm so tired of waiting. I could take it. I could get the win, blah, blah, or get the win for that. But it's not a win. It doesn't matter.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I'm taking a screen grab of that so I can send it. That was very sportsmanlike of you. Oh, dude, I was so hopeful we could just hold on to it so that way we had amateur all the way to there saved, but whatever. I'd rather start over at that point. Wait, you need the money. Ah, whatever. Wait, how much money do I have? I never actually know. Oh, wait, I need to go to the other screen. Okay, or not. That's fine. There you go. I got 200. That's fine. You you aged her 29 times. Wait. 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 I'm sorry. Can't the Thay only be aged 10 times? 29? Wait. Hold on. Am I missing something? Features? This is a new feature to me. Yeah, changed rooms 8 times. Yeah, I know. Well, I could see that over the course of that amount of time. I could see that. That's fine. That part is not the part that bothers me. This bothers me. That happened to you too? That would explain why it just is like, listen, I'm never going to event on you. What is the ability? So the Thay, it starts out very young and very fast. And the more time you spend near the ghost, it will age. And when it ages, it gets slower. That's why our ghost was stupid slow. But it can age 10 times over the amount of time you need. 29, I have never seen before. That is informations. Jay, think of the emote, dude. Mark, think of the biddies. It caps the speed and activity rate at 10. Right. So why the hell do I see 29? Hold on. Hold on. If only had the board so you could ask how, oh my God, can you imagine what the age change would be if it continued doing that? Yeah. I'm going to ask about that real fast. Using its ability 29 times in one match. Let's see what they say. The spirit box tricks are working on him. I didn't do nothing. I just work here. All right. Well, I don't know if anybody is over there and watching or available right now, but I put something in the partner chat just to ask them about it too. Good morning, Sissy. Hello. Yeah, I'm already getting other partners that are like, yeah, max should be 10. It's like, yeah, I thought so too. He's sitting there watching a Thay turn to dust without knowing it. Actually, here, I'll hold on. Actually, yeah, I got a great screen grab of this. I'll send it in there. Yeah, there we go. Because it says the ghost name. It says how many times it's used its ability. All that jazz. So good. All right. Well, I mean, if I don't know, maybe that's a known bug and we just don't know. I don't know. Anyway, friends, I think that's going to be it. That's going to be, I need to go get lunch. I need to go eat. And then also I need to, I also need to work on the weekly video. I haven't had a chance to do it because I was away for a few days. So I'm definitely going to work on that too. And then I'll be live again tonight. Yeah. All right. If you're on the tube, if you're on the Keeks, we're going to go find someone to raid over on Twitch. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Always love ya. This is good timing. We'll get out of here before ads happen. Good. Goody. Appreciate you, friends. Thank you all for being here. Give me a sec. We'll go find someone who's on. I don't normally stream it this time, so I don't know who's going to be online. See you in the Midnight Society tonight. It's going to be so fun, man. It's going to be so great. I can't wait. Check it later. You're good, Knight. No, you're good. I appreciate you. All is well. All right, let's see. All right, let me mute this. Let me go over there, do one of these over here, do one of those, do one of these over there. All right, I know where we're going. All right, friends, if you're not in the Discord already, the Discord link is in chat. So are the rest of socials. If you guys are looking for anything else, social media wise, I post everywhere. TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, you name it. We do all the things. Yeah. Confirmed in the wiki. Yeah. No longer be able to perform ghost events after it uses its ability 9 times unless forced to the use of cursed possessions. But how did it age 29 times? No longer be able to perform ghost events after using its ability 9 times. See, that I did not know, Song. That's news for me. That's good to know, though. Thank you. Okay. Well, friends, I'll see you guys tonight. I agree that's odd, but it cannot event anymore after 9. That's good to know. Did it ever event early on? No. Nope. It never evented. 10 plus more on the age for speed, sanity threshold, and I'll have to see what they say. Yeah. I'll have to see what they say. They might say like, no, it's fine. I've never seen it happen. That's why we were curious. Logan, thank you for the 5 months, man. Thank you all for all the love today. Appreciate you guys. Here are the raid messages. Get out of here real fast. If you're a follower, the first one's yours. Sub, it's yours. Tier 3s, you stinky, amazing, lovely tier 3s. That is for you. Creepy, as Song knows. But, all right, let's go say hi to a friend. We're going to go visit another Midnight Society member, Mr. Tom. I can never raid him because he's never on when I'm ending, and I'm never on when he's ending. It just never works. But you guys are amazing. I love you all. I'll see you tonight for some Midnight Society Magic Chameleon. You guys are amazing. I love you. Thank you for the subs and the follows and the bits and everything else. Goodbye.